Goats NA portion of, well, the top four. We've got winners finals, then losers finals, and then we end it off with grand finals. And speaking of the grand finals, we've got our winner finals matchup. Who can book their ticket straight to the grand finals and not worry about that elimination match in the lower bracket? And our matchup is here between TBD and Dark Mode, the two teams that have probably been on everyone's tongue about were going to be these top two teams to finish it out. Right now, that's where they're at, and this should be a banger of a series. My name's Joker's Ransom. His name's True Tryhard Ray, and we're about to head in to start things off.
Yeah, so taking a closer look, we don't have the roster scene set up for you guys, but both of these rosters are brimming with talent. So focusing on TBD, these two teams, TBD and Dark Mode, have kind of been the co-favorites coming in this tournament. So TBD's roster's stacked. They got Infected, they got Magic 8 Ball, Landon, Zera, CJ, Tree, Yamitra. They have Chopper and Clear. They even have a Verdings. Their roster is massive, and it's brimming with tier 2 Overwatch talent.
Yeah, tier 1 talent indeed. I think only a couple of them actually play though on the side, especially on their team sheet that they were given. The six that have started have been Infected, Landon, Zera, CJ, Tree, and Yamitra. And then, oh my goodness, that we were questioning about obviously the Tree Zarya just because he is a DPS player, but you can't really question the Tree Zarya because Tree is just a god of aim. So usually if you can track and you can aim on DPS, you can play Zarya to a very, very good level, especially in GOATs. And we saw that matchup yesterday with them between Tree and Lethal, who has also been amazing on the Zarya. Tree coming out on top in that matchup between Redbirds Esports and TBD. But let's take a look, and then taking a look at the other side. I mean, we've seen Dark Mode throughout this entire series and just continuing to be a force to be reckoned with Derpy on the main tank role. And Matt Merck, obviously, on Diva as well, has just been incredible too. So it's going to be a very, very difficult game, a very, very tough game for both of these two teams to, well, at least to fight it out and who can book their ticket to the grand finals.
Yeah, the one good thing you can say for these teams is it's not a win or go home situation. The loser will have a chance to fight their way back to the grand finals via the losers finals, and they'll be playing the winner of the rematch between Redbirds and Crazy 88s that's currently going on right now. So that's going to be one good thing. But let's go ahead and take a look at our first map. This is round 4. So the round 4 map pool for the bracket stage is going to be Nepal.
Yeah, Nepal going to be starting it off here, and love Nepal. Love it specifically for Sanctum. Sanctum brings it to a whole nother level with those opportunities for the environmental kills that can come through on to the opposition, and that is something to look out for. Then again, obviously Shrine and Village as well are very, very good, very close range brawl maps that can take a new level. And I'm just excited to get into this whenever.
Yeah, I am extremely excited as well. Both the two teams that are brimming with so much talent going at it. A lot of folks from, contenders coming from TBD, and a lot of the collegiate scene players coming from Dark Mode. So how is this going to turn out? We've seen Dark Mode specifically. They had been absolutely dominant, 2-0ing everyone in the bracket stage up until their last match yesterday, and then even in the round robin stage, they 2-0'd everyone except for one team when they were kind of messing around. But they've been dominant. But then they came up against Crazy 88s yesterday, and Crazy 88s gave them all they had. That was a very close 2-1 series.
Yeah, my mistake. It was Crazy 88s, and still Crazy 88s in the at least in the bracket for the meanwhile. They do have to play Redbird, like you said, off stream, but we are about to head into the game. I believe we are indeed, as Well, we'll take a look right now. You've got a look at these two rosters waiting to duke it out for, well, a chance to go to the grand finals, a chance of the a chance to have a share of that $1,000 prize pool. And interestingly enough, we don't have Yamitra in. Magic 8-Ball going to be there. And interestingly enough, 8-Ball going to be on the Lucio here. And it's not something I normally expect to see them play, but hey, they're probably still good nonetheless. But they're going to be seeing the duel coming out already. Infected and Derpy, these two tank players looking for the position, looking for an upper hand, and Infected going to be taking that first pick with the help of their Brigitte and their Brigitte and their Zenyatta, and as well taking out. Why is Magic?
Yeah, nice aggressive plays coming out from TBD. Tree on this Zarya has just been so impressive and absolutely insane, melting people time and time again. So you have to be extremely weary of that if you're dark mode. Tree has to be a focus of yours, but I mean, even Infected is ridiculous on this Reinhardt. So there's just a lot you're going to constantly have to look out for. Look at this, Tree's on the flank with the grab.
Yeah, Tree going to come in with the grab already, but there's the Transcendence in from Danny, all to keep things going in the way. But now there's the Sound Barrier coming in from dark mode, but still nothing really doing quite just yet. There's a self-destruct coming in. Infected's going to go down, as well as Zira is going to be dark mode coming back out on top, tricking back this point when it gets to up to around 42-43% for TBD.
Yeah, that's the kind of plays you're looking for out of your star players for dark mode. Matt Merck coming through with a well-placed Diva bomb. So now if you're dark mode, you got, you can breathe a little bit. You have some room to work with. Control this high ground. You cannot allow TBD to just walk up and take it so easily. But from the looks of it, they're not even going to look to do that. They're going to go through a little side room here.
Yeah, side room going to be coming out, and no, the stun up on the Derpy, taking him out already. That's just the ghost stun for TBD. Take down Kashir. Now the rest of dark mode crumbling around them, as that is going to be that yet again. A quick recapture coming in from TBD.
Yeah, to me, that was TBD catching dark mode off guard. I don't think they were expecting TBD to come from that direction. And then dark mode just wasn't sure on how they wanted to engage that. And because they didn't engage, it was a full 6. You just lose that fight, and TBD is able to wreck shop extremely quickly. So, again, percentage mounting for TBD, dark mode coming in with this trans coming online, but so many ultimates are mounting for TBD.
Yeah, the rotation is going to come in there from them. Tree's going to pop out this Graviton. There's self-destruct coming in from Zira as well. Derpy's going to go down already. CJ finding that final blow. There's self-destruct coming in from Matt Merch. Shatter out from Infected. Coco's grab eaten up. In the meanwhile, Transcendence being used by CJ as well as the Sound Barrier coming in from TBD to keep things going their way. Get that overhealth. Get that aggression going, and keep things going their way. TBD up to 90%.
And I think this is going to be fun as Diva Matt are trying to get in a position to be able to touch this point. But that was a grab eaten for Zera in that fight. We're going to keep track of how many grabs are eaten in this series because these Divas are so talented.
Very much so. And the overtime bar going to tick away. Round 1 going the way of TBD.
Again, that was just TBD putting on a clinic. Their entire roster just moves with purpose, and they're all on the same page. Their communication is just superb. Even when, Tree separates and goes for a flank grab play, the entire team is aware of what they're doing, and they're ready to corral and coalesce on the point where they're coming from the flank side. So you could just tell the comms in their Discord chat are just superb right now.
Yeah, very much so indeed. As now we head over to Sanctum and look for the two Lucios, the Magic 8-Ball matchup, as if you will, because for some reason someone on Dark Mode decided to change their name to Magic 8-Ball to play against Magic 8-Ball today.
As we load into say this one, I'm very curious to see how this is going to be the positioning that they're battling for the high ground here. These Lucios, the two Magic 8-Balls, are going to be able to have an opportunity to make a lot of plays with these environmental kills available with the Steadfast being gone.
Yeah, it is going to be very hard to stay up. You've got to be playing almost perfectly if you're a derpy or infected to stay away from the drop of death. But now, right now, we've got Zero forcing that objective, but going to be going away for the time being just to get back into the fight as Infected comes in with Charge, taking Kashir and Matt Merck's mech out of this fight. Now Tree can just go in and go wild and help the rest of TBD take this fight, and that's going to be the first fight going their way, and now the first and the point going their way as well.
And that was just a masterclass of positioning for TBD. They got aggressive, took that high ground away, but they played the inside. They hugged toward the Mega. So even if Magic 8 Ball on Dark Mode came in with a cheeky boot, no one was going off of the edge. So well played by TBD as we come to this next fight. Coco has his Graviton Surge online. Hopefully they can make something happen, force out a lot of these ults from TBD.
Well, they've already lost Danny early on. That's just a go sign for TBD. You're going to be popping that Transcendence. Transcendence. There's the Graviton Surge as well coming in from CJ, but that's going to be enough. Tree's just going to be able to clean it up.
Again, we saw a late Graviton Surge coming out from Coco, and I was really worried that that was going to be a big mistake, but they were able to at least force the trans out of CJ. So at the end of the day, you at least got the ult exchange there if you're TBD, but you're coming back, and I feel like you're in a position where you're relying and hoping that Matt Merck builds up to another bomb and sets things up. That's like been their main play here.
Self-destruct came in from Infected. Charge is coming out. Derpy and Infected both stunned up. There's the sound barriers coming in from both of the Lucios, though. Shatter coming in from Derpy, trying to turn it back, trying to turn it around for Dark Mode. Finds a pick for Dark Mode there, and then Infected going down as well. A nice charge coming in from Derpy, allowing Dark Mode to rotate onto the point and help get things into their favor here, trying to take out the remaining stragglers of TBD.
Engaging thrusters.
I mean, again, just well played. Darkmoon has done a great job of re-engaging in a lot of these fights and pushing back with a lot of strength. Matt Merck also was able to hold on to that Diva Bomb, so that's going to be a big tool coming in this next fight, because Trans is their only defensive ult they have, and you can do nothing to stop that. But Sarah's going to eat the grab.
Yeah, nice eat coming in onto Coco's grab, but it's still enough damage from Dark Mode to keep things going their way for the meanwhile. And there's going to be a nice stagger on to Zira as well, trying to get away, but they're just keeping him alive. But Tree has found Coco. That's a perfect entry frag coming in for GBD now. They have Dark Mode on the back foot, waiting it out. And then, yeah, that's a worth. Definitely taking out that main source of damage is not what you wanted to see. Is now the rotation coming in, but a nice boop comes through from Magic Maple off the side of the map. 3 go down, and that is going to be Dark Mode coming in yet again.
And this is exactly what I was waiting for, Joker, for one of these Lucias to make a huge play for the side of either team, and that was just beautifully placed and beautifully played on the side of, I believe it's Fish Cake on Dark Mode. I'm not 100% sure on that, but the Magic 8 Ball for Dark Mode.
I'm not at either. We'll figure it out eventually, as there's going to be a pick on to Danny coming in from Trees now. The grab has been invested. Still, Derpy very far alone. Gonna probably go down there in the end, but Coco's got this grab available to keep things going. But a boop coming in from Magic 8 Ball in red. That is going to be a fight coming through for TBD, taking it back.
Finally able to flip the point is TBD. Cost them a decent amount of ultimates, but they're coming up on both their rally and their transcendence, so they're gonna have a lot of tools to deal with this incoming grab from Coco. But this is gonna be final fight for either of these teams. I mean, as we talked about, both rosters riddled with stars. Which star is going to shine brightest in this final fight?
Yeah, Coco has this grab. CJ, however, has the transcendence. If they can pick. No, Coco's grab. What? That is oh my goodness, that is not good at all. That's a Nene grab if I've ever seen one, right? This is not looking good. Infected found out Derpy, and now Tree pops their own Graviton Surge to round out this fight and take the first map for TBD.
I mean, again, it was not as, I mean, TBD, you know, brimming with confidence. I'm assuming they, you know, feel like they're going to win comfortably, but that was a very close series. Dark Mode giving TBD all they can handle, and I mean, it's just absolutely incredible. Keep in mind, I'm pretty sure this is the Magic 8-Ball from Dark Mode. Yep, it's just absolutely insane with those environmental kills. And this is the beauty of coming back into GOATS and playing on these maps that have those dangerous edges that you can boot people in. Steadfast is gone, so Reinhardt's no longer have that safety net. They have to be careful, and that's one of the pathings that can be so dangerous on that Sanctum map, is not looking to go toward that high ground direction, going to the side and going to point, and having a Lucio just raw whiting on the top waiting for you.
Yeah, as that was a very good stuff coming in, and we have confirmed, I believe it is Fishcake, who has decided to change their name to Magic 8-Ball to make things more difficult for myself and Ray in those fights. But yeah, I mean, that was a great play coming in from Fishcake there. Definitely helping set up. They almost lost that fight before that heroic play came in, but again, in the end, it was just a nice plays coming in from Tree, who was very good, very well into it with the rest of their team, making sure to take down the Zenyatta first and foremost when they had Grav available to go in, and then just clean up the rest of those kills.
Yeah, it was just, both teams have had their moments of shining, but TBD's just clinical teamwork and clear comms have just been shining through. And then I think another one is Zera has already eaten 2 grabs in this game alone, so
yeah.
That is coming up clutch. Matt Merck definitely getting the better end on the Diva bombs, but you're completely mitigating such a powerful Graviton surge that Zera's been able to do.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they're looking really good so far. I mean, again, it's just probably nerves a little bit from the side of Dark Mode at the moment, because I mean, we've seen Coco be very, very proficient on the Zarya role, but right now they've got this chance to book their tickets to another grand finals, looking for another GOATS championship in their pockets, looking for that 4th one. Because right now, we've got our map choice for the next round. We've got well, it's obviously going to be King's Row is the choice of Dark Mode here.
Yeah, no surprises here. Dark Mode has been a team on King's Row specifically that has been extremely dominant. I think back to their match against the Crazy 88s, where they lost map 1 on Ilios. They pick King's Row, and they get all 3 points, and then they first point hold the 88s. It was so impressive, and they did the same thing to Shikigami in their quarterfinals match in the winners. So this has just been a proven strong map for them.
Yeah, we will see how this works out for Dark Mode after. They're going to be going on the defense here. TBD opting to stick it out in red, stick it out and go for the attacking phase here. This could be huge for them. It really could, but what else it could be? It could give Dark Mode all the momentum in the world if this defense or this attacking phase does not work.
Couldn't agree with you more. So I mean, this has been Dark Mode's strong suit, as we talked about, is getting first point hold. So I feel like if TBD could come out here strong, find a pick early, get this point capped quickly, you put a lot of pressure on the side of Dark Mode, who hasn't been in this position a lot on a map like King's Row.
Yeah, they definitely has. The rotation is going to come in from the side of TBD. But a lot of people low at the moment. Landon going to be kind of low for the moment. Infected very low as well. Right now, we've got that anti-crash slow mode going through, but right now, still, no one's found a pick quite just yet. Both these two teams are vying for the position, vying for this first pick. Who can find it? Infected very low. Can they come get that pick? No, they cannot. They get that healing back up from Landon's armored pack. Still the rotation coming in now through Hotel, back around, looking for it on to Matt Merck, who's so low at the moment, gonna be able to get a healing pack. Now the Transcendence coming in, as well as the sound barrier, both from the Lucios coming in onto Tree's grab. But there goes Kashir out of the fight, was not able to get that rally out and ready, as Matt Merck is now beating Mackin. This should be the fight won by TBD, unless there's a miraculous play coming in from Dark Mode, but that's just not going to be in the cards at the moment. TBD takes the fight and takes the first point.
That was so unfortunate. I don't think you realized, but that was a matter of seconds. If Danny would have built up to that trance a second or two faster, you would have been in a situation. I don't know if you would have saved Coco necessarily, but you would have, or I mean, Kashir, but you definitely would have saved Matt Merck's Mac, and you would have been able to help the rest of your team. That was just TBD finding the kills at just the right time. That was so unfortunate for Dark Mode. But now you have a chance here to take engaged fights at these archways, and this is going to be an extremely tough position for TBD to be able to push through because it's just a small, narrow chokeway. There's not a lot of other places you can go.
Self-destruct out from Zero, finds Fish Cake out of the fight already. Self-destruct coming in from Matt Merck, not going to find anything at all. Now Kashir's found out, Derpy goes down, and that is just going to be TBD keeping their foot on the pedal.
Yeah, I mean, TBD, that was very impressive, but that was all set up from that amazing bomb coming out from Zera. If you didn't get that opening pick, that archway attack would have been that much more difficult. And now you're also going to be able to get past the bookstore corner. So you're going to get so much cart progress and get away from a lot of those really defensible chokes that Dark Mode would have liked to be holding on.
Yeah, really. Now they've got only this last bastion of defense, this corner, this very tight streetway in past the bookstore as Ash Slow-Mo coming in yet again there early on, but right now it's a tale of the two grabs. Tree is looking for a grab of their own, but Coco is going to be the one to use it first and foremost. Now the grab comes out from Tree. Sound barrier coming in from Fish King to keep that health going in their favor. Now there's the Transcendence coming in. Both of these two teams still waiting it out, still trying to find a pick with a self-destruct coming in from Zero. Stunned up is infected. Zero finds 3 though, and that is just gonna be that again. There's no brakes on this train. It's all gas, no brakes for TBD, keeping things going as they are gonna be able to capture second point.
One has to wonder, Joker, was Zera listening to us? Because I said that Matt Merck was getting the edge in these bombs, but they had the edge in the eats, and they came in, and that's already 4 bomb kills coming out from Zera, coming through for TBD. Cap second point, 4.5 minutes. This is a massive time bait that TBD is going to be able to work with. Problem is, Coco's coming in, has his grab, no trans available for TBD.
Okay, finding CJ out with the self-destruct is huge. However, they were not quick enough to get back to the point in time. There's a third grab coming out that's being eaten up by Zero, which is unfortunate. In that slow mode, allows Zero to get that time, get that defensive matrix up. Now with the rallies coming in from Landon and Kashir, there's a chance for a stabilization from Dark Mode. They need to find a pick though, and finding the DMAC kill onto Zero is going to be huge. But now they've lost Kashir as well as Derpy. This is just again, it's going to keep continuing to go in the favor of TBD with Coco falling down.
Yeah, Tree on this Zarya is absolutely shredding and getting well-timed grabs and actually getting them off. It's very unfortunate for Coco, who's been so talented throughout this entire tournament, who's gotten 3 of his grabs eaten so far from the likes of Zera, but that just might be a testament to how great Zera has been on this Diva. Oh, you know, Diva bomb killed, perfect with that DM. It's been a clinic Zera's been putting on.
It really has indeed. This is where things could start going in the way of Dark Mode. They've got the self-destruct out from Matt Merck, and they're looking for a pick. There's the Transcendence forced out. Thanks to that self-destruct, they lose. Fish Cake Chatter comes out from Infected, knocks them all down, cleans them all up. The rest of TBD. Matt Merck comes in, grab in celebration from Tree. The 3-minute and 4-second time bait coming out on their attack.
I think it's the largest time bank I've personally seen throughout the entirety of this GOAT tournament bracket stage and round robin stage. So, and we're in the winners final. So that is just a testament to how well TBD are clicking and playing. They are just all on the same page. For Dark Mode, to me, it feels like we saw a little bit of this on Nepal, but there are some situations where TBD seems to catch them a little bit off guard when they're not all grouped up together. There'll be times where the Reinhardts or the Zarya is just a little bit too far back and doesn't have that ability to step in front of your Reinhardt if you're Coco on the Zarya to use those personal bubbles and take that damage for your Reinhardt.
Yes, now They've got to be able to match it out here, Ray, or this is going to be a very tough hill to climb back in overtime rounds. Or if they do, in fact, lose this, they're going to be going down 2-0. Again, if you don't know the rule set has changed. It is a first to 3 now that we've headed into our top 4 here, Ray. So they've got an opportunity. They've got another map if they do so lose it, but you do not want to go down 2-0 if you're dark mode here.
Yeah, you're in a situation for dark mode. You haven't been in. I mean, you've been down 1-0 before, but normally you were the attackers. You get it, and then you have a great, first point defense. Now they have all the pressure. They have to make something happen on this attack. We've seen them complete this map before, so it's definitely possible. But TBD is just on a whole different level. But that was an aggressive play for Zera, and he gets punished.
Yeah, and that's going to be a huge play coming in from Coco and Co. Fishcake is going to be found out, though, so there's still a chance for it to turn around into the favor of TBD, but losing Infected is not really what you wanted to see here. They're going to be able to get that first capture of the point, and now getting a second one going. There is definitely going to be a chance for a recontest. They're going to be able to get it there in the end with a pit play coming in from Mateball and Zera in the back, but they've lost Matt Merch and Matt, but they've already lost 2 players, and that should be the point going to dark mode.
Yeah, this is actually a very dangerous territory for TBD to be in. They need to get out of here and make sure they're able to respawn, and that they are safely. And the good thing for dark mode is because of that, they're going to be able to get past these archways. So the next fight that we're going to see is most likely taking place at the bookstore. But that was just a risk not worth taking if your TBD was Zera. I'm not sure where that came from, but GOATS is predicated on everyone moving together as a group and being together. Your diva going off on a weird kind of flank thing like that is just not what you need.
Yeah, not at all at the moment. There's a grab coming in from Coco and Tree, and Tree's going to be the one to come out on top, taking Coco down, and a huge shatter coming in response from Derpy. There's going to be the sound barrier, though, from Mateball in response as well from Fishcake to get the aggression, stay alive for the moment. The backup is going to be coming in there with a shatter in response. Self-destruct comes out from Matt Merck, though, but it's all TBD in the kill feed coming through as they are going to be able to stop the doorstep on this this push first and foremost.
Yeah, I mean, that was just, great adjustments from TBD, getting aggressive. I think the big problem was dark mode was trying to play up and aggressive and try and take space, but that also allowed TBD to get back and play the archways that much faster. I feel like you wanted to get the cart past that before you took the fight, and now Derpy's already down.
Yeah, as that is going to be huge indeed, as now the rotation comes in from wow, that's just already done and dusted from TBD. They've already found so many picks.
Yeah, and playing this aggressive high ground spawn hold for TBD is absolutely tough for any kind of push to be made on this side of dark mode, because no matter where they come out from, TBD is going to have a chance to be able to jump on top of them, and there's the grab!
There's the grab coming in, and that's just a quintuple kill coming through as Tree sets it all up yet again with the Graviton Surge.
And that's a 4th grab eaten from Zera in that fight. Absolutely insane diva plays coming out. Has the bomb to be able to use this fight. There's the shatter.
There's the shatter out from Infected, just buying even more time for TBD, buying their time, draining this time bank. Infected is going to be stunned up, though, but they cannot confirm the kill quite just yet. There's the Fire Strike, not going to be able to find anything. A nice eat up from Zera. The rotation going to come through, going to give the defensive positioning away to dark mode for the moment, but they're going to meet them out, and they're going to have to rotate back to the cart. They still haven't really gotten any good progress here quite just yet, Ray. I mean, they've got to be able to find something. It's going to be off the back of Durfee's grab. Here's the rally coming out from Bashir. The shatter is going to come out from Derpy there. My mistake. And now the rally comes in response from Landon, as well as the grab coming out from Tree. There's the there's Transcendence out from Danny, trying to keep things going, trying to keep everyone up and healthy from dark mode. Still, nothing's doing quite just yet, but this is the perfect opportunity. Andre's pinned in. Infected goes down. Matt Merck self-destruct, lines them all up and allows dark mode to finally open it up into their favor.
And that's when things have always gone well for Dark Mode, is when Matt Merck makes a big play on the D.Va, open things up with that D.Va bomb, and now they're going to be able to gain all this space. However, it's going to take another fight from Dark Mode to be able to get this. And they have no ultimates to work with. They used absolutely everything they had. TBD gets to come back. Zero's got a bomb. Infected's going to have Shatter. And they've already wasted so much of the time bank that Dark Mode was able to build up.
Yeah, it's now they are gonna be looking to keep it going, keep this momentum in their favor, but they got nothing in their back pockets. Does Dark Mode at the moment? TBD's got this to the favor with the Shatter online, with the self-destruct available. They're just buying their time though, Dark Mode is. Still just waiting it out. They're gonna be walking into this. You gotta be careful of Infected Shatter. It's gonna come down, lays them all on the back, and Zero comes through with a self-destruct, finding 3. That's gonna be a nice intro investment coming in from TBD, taking back the defensive hold.
That has to be one of my favorite ult combinations in the GOAT cycle, Joker, is that Shatter Bomb. Because it relies heavily on your Ryan and D.Va having perfect timing, and then hopefully, you know, when the Ryan turns to block the bomb, you get that Shatter just in time to absolutely decimate the team. And that was just well played from both Infected and Zera. As Dark Mode's making their way back, they've now built up ultimates in this economy. They have a chance, a minute left on the clock. This is their opportunity right here. They're going to be up in ults.
Yeah, this is where they've got to come in clutch. It's going to probably be off the back of who can get this brig rally up in time, who can use it early on, but Tree's grab is going to separate out Fish Cake. They don't have the sound barrier any longer. I thought it was just a misclick, but it's going to be a huge play from them. They still have an opportunity, though. Dark Mode can change it back if they can find a pick onto someone, but no one's gone down quite just yet. Matt Merck could change it all, though. They've got the self-destruct available and ready to go in any second now. Can they land it? Can they find a pick? It's all off the back of this combo. Can they find the charge from Derpy onto Infected to take out that shield? The self-destruct coming in over the top. They're not going to be able to find the self-destruct kill, but they find Tree out of the fight. Fish Cake is back. Now the Sound Mayor coming in. This is perfect chance for Dark Mode to capture second point here, and it looks to be the case. Zero's gonna go down, Landon's going down, and everyone from TBD's running for the hills as Dark Mode comes in at the 11th hour to take the fight win when they needed it most.
However, Joker, I take a look at this, and if I'm TBD, I'm like, the deed has been done.
Oh, yeah.
We wasted, I mean, they took that point A so quickly. They wasted every time. They finished that in overtime. Now with only a minute and a half on the clock, you are in a position, if you're TBD, that even if they finish this, it's going to be in overtime. So you put yourself in a win or draw situation. You can't lose this match.
Yeah, definitely not. As Grab's gonna come in. There's a nice pin off the map by Derpy, taking Infected out of this fight already, and that's just going to allow Dark Mode to take the space all they want. But the self-destruct's gonna come in from Zero, taken out of their baby D.Va form. So still, this is going to be Dark Mode continuing to push forward, but again, it's down under a minute. Not looking too hot to complete with time on the board if you're Dark Mode at the moment, but still, there is definitely a chance. They've got to play it perfectly. Rallies out from Kashir and Landon. Self-destruct in from Matt Merck. Not gonna find anything as Derpy goes down after the shatter from Infected. Tree. He's gonna pop the Graviton Surge to wrap things up for that. 25 seconds to go. The only consolation is Dark Mode died incredibly quickly.
Yeah, I couldn't tell, Joker, but I think that might have been a misclick from Matt Merck. I think he pressed the bomb right before he had the boosters ready online to be able to launch that, because it did not look like his mech was gone. So very unfortunate click from Matt Merck. 10 seconds left on the clock. They have to use a sound barrier just to go touch.
Hey, this Shatter's gonna find a lot of people down on the ground, though. They got the touch, and there goes Infected off the side of the map yet again. But losing Danny is huge for Dark Mode at the moment. They have that Transcendence available, but they continue to push this, and no one's there to get back onto the point. Magic Baseball's gonna be able to get the touch, but they're not going to be able to hold on and stop them in the overtime round. Dark Mode are able to complete it, but again, it is in overtime, so they're not gonna have a chance to attack whatsoever, and TBD only needs 33% on the board.
Yeah, this is going to be tough sledding for dark mode. However, we have seen them pull off the first point holds many times over, so it is still on the table and definitely a possible situation. And it did take TBD about a minute and a half to 2 minutes to end up getting that first point, maybe a minute, but dark mode's gonna have to pull off an incredible hold here, as like we mentioned, it's only a tick. We've seen dark mode hold it, and it's been a position where they've had it to where they don't give up a tick, but they've had it where they're patient. They gave up 2 ticks, 2.5, but they end up holding. You can't even allow a tick. This is going to have to be a master case of defense coming out from dark mode.
Yeah, it really has. I mean, we've seen it time and time again previously in the group stage and in the bracket play that they were able to do it. But again, that was against probably, I hate to say it, but lesser teams than this TBD squad. So you've got to show your prowess here and now on this defensive phase if you are dark mode, or you're going down 2-0 in the series and you're looking at a very tough hill to climb, a very high wave from TBD right now. This wave is going to come crashing down. There is going to be a fight breaking out on statue right now, but still, anyone's fight quite just yet. But the charge comes in, not going to be able to find a target just yet. But Derpy so low, Matt Merck, if they get D-Max, that could all be over. But Kashir's the one to go down first and foremost, and that probably seals the deal unless there's a trade coming in from dark mode immediately. But losing Matt Merck probably just about does it. There's the sound bears coming in. Crab comes out. Danny's gonna have the transcendence available, but Infected drops the hammer on Mateball's head, and that should be just it. Coco falls down. Derpy trying to turn it around. There's only Danny left near the point, but it's just not gonna be possible. TBD takes the second map.
I don't think they realized that the first of 3 GGs was in the chat, so there will be another map. TBD got to win one more to secure your place in the grand finals, but all things considered, TBD, they have just been the more dominant team today. They have had their players brimming with stars. Their stars have just been shining brighter. We've seen time and time again, Zera between the Eats and the Diva Bombs making plays, but Tree has had highlight moments. I mean, I think you were ready to call that another Nene grab, but that was perfectly placed to get Fish Cake on the wall, who was wall riding up there, and be able to finish him off. That was beautiful.
Yeah, no, I did not see Fish Cake in there until I saw the kill feed come in, and I was like, so I stuttered for a second. I'm like, was that a terrible grab? Was it just a misclick? Or no, that was all calculated from Tree there, and I mean, hey, it helped them in the long run. But right now, again, TBD's up 2-0 in the series. This is looking really difficult for dark mode at the moment. Again, though, they have the chance to fight them again if they do in fact lose this series out. They'll be able to play them in the grand finals if they win the losers finals after this matchup.
Yeah, so regardless of how the series ends up going for dark mode, you still have a chance to regroup in that losers finals and come back and re-challenge TBD in the grand finals. But this series is not over yet. Reverse sweeps happen all the time in Overwatch, so they got to be up and ready for that, as I believe it sounded like we
are going to head to a break here before map number 3. So stick around, get some popcorn. You're not going to want to miss more Overwatch right after this. All right, everyone, welcome back. It is time for, well, our next map of the afternoon. Map number 3 has been chosen by Dark Mode to try to turn it around, and that is going to be the lovely streets of Italy. We are going to be headed to Rialto here.
Yeah, very excited. Keep in mind in these formats that'll be first to 3 and first to 4 for first to 3 for the next 2 matches and first to 4 grand finals. Escort is the third map in the first to 2 series. We had 2CP as the third map type, but I believe it's the 4th in this series. So,
Yes, it is.
they're very excited to see some Escort. Rialto Goats is always going to be fun. I saw in the EU Grand Finals that SRP Czech played a little bit of Winston Goats on the first point defense because you're able to hold that high ground and contest that cart. They ended up swapping to the Rhine after that first point, but it was very cool to see.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely could be in the cards here for either of these two squads. I wouldn't expect it from Derpy because Derpy loves that Reinhardt so much. But we could see it from Infected here, but I feel like they're not going to be really messing around with anything, especially since TBD has decided to go for the defense. They want to end it here and now.
Yeah, I mean, in the chat, they're like, GG's thinking it was over. So playing this third map, they're just like, all right, let's get this over with. Then they'll get a little bit of a break, watch the losers finals. Then they'll be in grand finals. And keep in mind, there's $1,000 on the line for the winning team. So there's at least, a great money incentive for both of these teams.
Yeah, as is going to be a great, what are they talking about in chat? What is going on? What are we solving the following? Who's solving what? I don't know. These people are crazy. They must be crazy if they still play Overwatch in 2024. Who knows? Who knows, right? But we'll see how this goes in. Dark Mode gonna be taking the fight here around, but they're very close. Yeah, audio on that observer. Just a call out. Maybe get that fixed for you. But right now, they're still waiting for the fight. They've gotten a lot of space already from TBD. But again, the hold is probably going to be taking place here if it is going to happen at all from TBD. As now they're still trying to build up to these ultimates at the moment. But they're still waiting it out. The rotation is going to come in. No, they're not going to wrap around into that corridor, but still just waiting it out is Dark Mode and TBD waiting for an ultimate to come online, but there goes the pick onto Fishgate for free already, and that should be that. They're just going to have to wait it out, wait for their Lucio to come back.
Yeah, you need that speed boost engage coming out from your Lucio. Being able to move quickly as a group is essential to these Goats compositions. As Coco's going to throw the grab out up on the high ground because the tree was up there.
Yeah, Tree was going to be taken out already, but again, they're going to pay for it with their life. They lose out to Sheer and Coco, though. This is just not neat. Both of their grabs found the marks in the end, but it's going to be TBD coming out on top for the moment. But now they have to wait, and their respawns are going to be a little bit closer, I would say, for Dark Mode at the moment. So it's going to allow them to re-engage a little bit more quickly, but they still have to play it out with the self-destruct coming in over the top from Matt Merck. It's going to find Meatball out of the fight. Now self-destruct comes in from Zira. Not going to find anything, though, at the moment. There's a Transcendence coming in from CJ, though. So still anyone's opportunity to keep the hold going in the way, as Tree very close to the Graviton Surge at the moment. Could be the difference maker that TBD were looking for, but right now they're just on the back foot.
Yeah, already half the time off the clock for TBD, so this is all gravy at this point. I mean, again, as you're talking about the Graviton Surge coming online, but Danny has just built up to this Transcendence, so you're going to have the perfect counter. It's really just going to be coming down. Zara's got getting closer and closer to the bomb.
There's going to be the Graviton Surge. Transcendence going to come out in response from Danny, but the grab coming in from Coco as well to try to keep it going, and there's no support ultimates to save anyone, as Infected is going to go down in the fight here. That should be, Dark Mode is going to be taking this first point now. They do lose Fish Cakes in the meanwhile to dark mode, but they have to regroup those TBD away from this point as they're still trying to hold it out for the moment, but there are a lot of people, the TBD is very split at the moment. That's going to be the Transcendence invested by CJ to try to keep things going in their favor, especially if they can find a pick here onto someone. Matt Merck looking for Zira in the mech, out of mech. He's going to be able to get back into the mech. Grab from long range from Tree is going to be finding a couple of people in it, but there's just no one to follow up onto it, as Tree is going to be caught out there into the water and taken out. Trades still keep coming all around though, as Coco very high charged at the moment, finally allowing dark mode to take control of their offense.
Yeah, they can't afford to get too aggressive. I mean, they're all stragglers. You're getting players coming back, but you don't have your Brig or your Zen, so that's a lot of damage with the Discord orb being off the field and healing for your Brig. So you're gonna have to be forced to back up, allow TBD to take this space, but I'm not sure about that grab tree. I mean, that was, not bad, but wow, Fish Cake's down.
Yeah, Fish Shakes is down. It's a great now opportunity for TBD to come back into this fight and, well, take back control of the cart. Yeah, they are going to be able to do. Zero's is going to eat Coco's grab all up, and, well, that's just not what you wanted to see. If you're a fan of dark mode right now, you got to build up to another one for another entry play. Durfee does have the Shatter available, though, that can be comboed with this ultimate from Matt Merck if they do so choose. Now, they are going to be using a self-destruct over the top, coming in. It's going to find out CJ, and Tree goes down as well. It's a perfect chance for dark mode to keep going in their way. The Shatter is going to come out from Infected, but they're so low, not going to be able to make any plays off the back of it, as the sound barrier from Fish Cakes just allows dark mode to roam free and find the rest of the stragglers on point, and they're going to be able to take second point now.
Yeah, I mean, very, this is a very reinvigorated dark mode team. They are clicking on all cylinders. This is the team I am used to seeing in this tournament. They seem to turn it around very well, and they're gonna have a plethora of ultimates to be able to use in this next fight, while TBD is lacking a little bit. No sound barrier or shatter available.
Coco's grab yet again. That is just not good at all. A nice play coming in from Jira. Self-destruct coming in though from Matt Merck, trying to turn it back. Shatter comes in. Grab comes in as well from Tree though, to try to keep things going as TBD looks to get the defensive hold here on this such defensive position. Third point is going to be very hard to get into the Cathedral here now for dark mode if they can't win out this fight here and now.
Yeah, it looks like they're looking to push this high ground venture. Zera's look like they might want to throw that bomb. They aren't going to do that, but that threat is there, so you can't afford to get, too aggressive with your positioning. But Matt Merck's been demexed.
Matt Merck's going to be demexed. This is an open season for a grab coming in from Tree, but they might not need it. With Coco falling down, so is Derpy, as this is going to be the cleanup coming in from TBD.
That is absolutely insane. CJ has been just a quiet assassin on the Zenyatta. I feel like every time they're in cleanup mode and they're throwing those Discord orbs, I'll just watch a target and it just gets eviscerated in a second. And that's thanks to that Discord orb and those volleys he's been throwing in time and time again. So, it's incredible to see both these teams clicking the way that they are.
Yeah, Zero's gonna eat Coco's grab again! Tree's grab is just going to be enough to hold on to the defense yet again for TBD. I mean, Zira has just been on a tear. Very, very hungry today.
Well, we do know that if TBD ends up winning this match and they get that little break before grand finals, Zera doesn't need to eat. He's filled up on all these grabs, man. There's no need for that. As dark mode trying to push the issue, they're coming back. They're gonna have a lot of these support ultimates online, but they got to be very weary. Zera has come through with these diva bombs, especially off of King's Row, and has another one to deal with.
Shatter is gonna come in from Infected, dropping Derpy out of the fight already, laying him out. And while taking the rest of dark mode back to spawn, as there's going to be the reset coming in from Matt Merck, as Fishkick trying to get someone off the side of the map, but they go down into the waters of Italy as, well, they reset.
As again, we're coming up on one final attempt for dark mode to make something happen. They have so much to be able to work with, so there's an opportunity here. Again, it's just going to be about these players making things happen and making big plays, and that's a great opening for Matt Merck.
It really is. The rally no longer available, and that's just going to be a cleanup coming in from dark mode off the back of it. Tree did invest that Graviton Surge. They are going to go down now 0 as well. Going to be cleaned up, but it's going to be so difficult to hold on to this for dark mode. They still have ultimates, but so did TBD.
Yeah, all you're going to have is the shatter and the grab, and TBD has great counters to that with all 3 other support ultimates, plus Zera still has the threat of this Diva Bomb.
Yeah, Zera has the bomb, self-destruct available. This is gonna be coming in. Shatters out, had come out from Derpy. Coco gonna be landing the grab, but they're into a Sound Barrier and Transcendence from TBD. The health is going to be there. Rally out as well from Landon. Self-destruct comes in, and Derpy goes down. A great pin coming in from Infected. Now the Shatter looking to clean up the remaining members of Dark Mode to take their defensive hold on point number 3 for TBD.
However, that was really good distance gained from dark mode to basically get up to the very end of Rialto, not get it. I feel like that's very standard on this map of Rialto. You know, getting to third point, it's great, but finishing the map can be extremely difficult. So I feel like dark mode is in a great position to turn this around and make it 2-1 heading into map number 4. But if you're TBD, you know what your win condition is. To be punch your ticket to the grand finals, you need 79.8 meters on point 3 of Rialto. So that always gets me jazzed up back when I used to play, when I know what our win condition is. I'm like, okay, let's get this. Like, it like gets you jazzed up, ready to go.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we've just got to see how they can figure it out. Can TBD book their ticket to the grand finals, or are we going to see a chance for a reverse sweep start to take place? As this is definitely possible. This is a very hard. And what is Infected? I'm sorry. What is that puzzle? I'm so confused. But yeah, this is a definitely a good chance for Dark Mode to come back into this. They've got it quite far onto point number 3, and that point 3, that Cathedral is very much a bastion of defense for obviously the team on defense. So it could be the case as Dark Mode opting for a very close hold, trying to get that second fight that was kind of denied for TBD on their defense. There's a charge coming in, a nice boop coming in though from Fishkick, keeping them alive for the moment, but well, that's just not going to matter in the long run, as there's all the picks coming in from TBD already. Is that spawn hold not going to work out for Dark Mode?
Yeah, however, Magic Mate Ball was able to open it up with a big environmental kill onto Danny. So now you're not going to have to take that first corner fight anymore. You might have to take a fight here on the blue corner if you are TBD. Yeah, the Dark Mode is basically back at this point. So that's what you're looking at, but Infected already has Shatter. I don't know if Dark Mode is aware and ready for this.
Probably not, as the Shatter's gonna come through, lines it up onto 2. Landon has been found out though, so there's still an opportunity. No team has a Brigida at the moment. There is still a chance, but whoever can build up to this, as Fishkick already has the Sound Barrier available on to just get this re-engage to come in, but it's not gonna get onto Derpy or Coco. And they're just going to have to back up because of it. Now with the Transcendence in from CJ. Grab's going to come out from Tree and Coco. Self-destruct is there from Zero, but it's just not going to find anything quite just yet. It's Magic Meatball going to be found out of the fight, who had the Sound Barrier available to help stabilize the fight as the Shatter comes out from Derpy. As they are going to be able to line them up and take the kills necessary to get the hold started on point number 1.
That was a huge team fight win for Dark Mode. You know, of course, because, you know, you're wasting more time, you're on the defense, and you stop them from capping the point, but you got TBD to use a lot of pulses. Shatter, all they have now is a grab and the sound barrier. And that was great to get Magic Maple when he did, because I think he was getting ready to use that sound barrier, but he got so low and did not want to Ajax that you ended up getting him down. So very impressive from Dark Mode. And you can still come to this fight. You early grab Joker, there is no transcendence. You have to rely on hoping the sound barrier is enough.
Yeah, the rotation, though, gonna come in from TBD, trying to take away this positioning from them, or at least get as less damage as they possibly can take from Dark Mode. There's the grab, though, out from Tree early on, and there's no Transcendence for Dark Mode to stave off the damage coming in. They are going to be able to, well, they use the sound barrier as well as the self-destruct to come in, and in fact, it's going to go down. They're not going to be able to get that sound barrier over health onto them, and now it's going to send TBD packing yet again. The Russian coming out from Dark Mode.
Yeah, 1 minute left on the clock as TBD is going to get like 2 more cracks at this, and that was a lot of ults to try and get that across the finish line. So Dark Mode is now in such a power position. They can use this trans aggressively because Tree is nowhere near this Graviton Surge, so they got to be feeling really good right now.
Yeah, they really have to right now. There could change everything, though, with the self-destruct coming in, and Fish Cake's gonna go down, as well as Danny. They don't have the Transcendence available any longer, but a nice shatter comes in from Derpy. You've got to get that follow-up damage coming in, but they're just gonna be stunned up and taken down by CJ and Co. As CJ is gonna come alive, taking out Kashir as well, popping their Transcendence, allowing TBD to find all the picks necessary to keep going on their offensive push.
But that was an incredible first point defense coming out from TBD. You only have just 2.5 minutes left to get this second point if you are TBD. And you're in a situation where on this map, they're going to be coming up on what is synonymously known as the corner of death, especially in GOATs. This is going to be a tough map for TBD.
It really is, but they've already got the D-Mech onto Matt Merck. The self-destruct is going to be there to get them back in to Mech, though, so they are still going to have an opportunity to hold this out with that full 6 for the time being, but in fact it has the shatter available. Can they line it up onto Fishcake, who has the sound barrier available? But it's going to be Mateball, the one to go down first. A nice pick coming in from Matt Merck, only made possible by the fact they were still in their mech, and that's just going to be TBD just backing up, waiting out and buying their time.
This has been the one shining play we've seen time and time again coming from Dark Mode. They're continuously finding Meatball time and time again early in these fights, and now Fishcake is going to use the sound barrier.
Sound barrier gonna come in, but the Transcendence is there from CJ as well. Still waiting it out. Shatter is gonna find the 3 tanks of TBD, but again, Mateball's there with the sound barrier to keep things going their way, but they don't have anything to heal through this, the Coco grab. Tree's gonna pop their grab as well to try to keep it going their way. Danny pops their Transcendence. Self-destruct comes in from Matt Merck. Is it going to be enough to find the damage necessary? Nothing's found quite just yet. They're still waiting it out. Zero's gonna pop a self-destruct over the top. Not gonna find anyone quite just yet. Shatter's gonna connect to 2, but in fact it goes down. They do find Fishcake in the meanwhile, but still, it's anyone's point. But you've gotta favor Dark Mode for the moment, because they do still have their tank player as TBD back away.
Yeah, you're gonna get probably one last crack at this if you're TBD to try and keep the hopes of shutting Dark Mode out alive. Coco Graviton Surge on hand as CJ's right there with this Transcendence to be able to. But they're gonna use it.
Yeah, Coco's gonna find Mateball out. There goes as well. Fishcake's out of the fight, and there's Matt Merck getting D-Mac now. The grab can just be invested for free. Danny's got the Transcendence right when you needed it. Affected very low at the moment. Shatter's gonna come out, connects to Zero, and Landon goes down as well. That should be the hold coming in, unless there's a miraculous play coming in from TBD. They need a pick, but no one's gonna be there to touch.
as Dark Mode's reverse sweep starts right here and now, as TBD was unable to get past that corner of death, as Dark Mode has come alive, and they are just looking so impressive. They are moving much better as a unit. It just feels like it took them a couple of matches, but they are warmed up, and this is looking like the team who dominated the round robin stage and the bracket stage up until now.
Yeah, they are looking a little bit more. The lights seem to be on from Dark Mode, but are they going to continue to stay home where they're comfortable? As TBD now has the map choice at the moment to bring it. Again, there is only 3 choices in our 2CP map choice. And well, where are we going to see that? Where are we going to see them take us here, right? It's only obviously Hanamura, Temple of Anubis, and Volskaya Industries. As interestingly enough, we have seen a gentleman's agreement come into match chat. We'll see if this is allowed. I don't know if Headrammer is going to allow this, though. Both teams want to play Horizon Lunar Colony.
Yeah, looks like in the chat it says if both really want to and agree to it, sure. So we might see some HLC action, which would be really cool. Though the one note I was gonna say is the last time we saw TBD on stream in their winners semifinals match against Redbirds, they did go to Hanamura. But if that's what we're gonna get, I'm all for it. A lot of people like to hate on HLC, but I was a big fan of it.
I mean, it is very. You can very easily get 2CP'd on Horizon Lunar Colony, and that's kind of the problem that is still very prevalent even in Overwatch 2 when we saw it in our charity match, our charity stream over the holidays. But it looks like we're going to Horizon Lunar Colony here, Reyes. It looks like, oh, no, never mind. I don't think that is going to be the case. It looks like Hanamura is going to be the choice. Unfortunate. Man.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine. Just stick to the standard map pool. It is what it is. I'm excited. I love Hanamura. I mean, like we talked about yesterday, your background was perfect for this. So very excited to see who's going to come out on top on this map. Getting through that gate as attackers can be extremely tough. The one thing we saw when we had it on stream for, I believe it was the match between Dark Mode and it was the matchup. I can't remember. It was round 4 essentially, and basically the Reinhardt kept over aggressing and peeking too far over the gate.
It was the Glacier versus Shiki match, right?
Thank you. Glacier versus Shiki. Ryan was just peeking a little too much over the edge, and it's easy to get punished for that. But if a defense is playing very well on that gate, it is extremely tough to unhinge out of that choke.
Yeah. Interestingly enough, there obviously is a chance for a set nade coming in from the attacking flex support there. I don't know if that is going to be the case, but it definitely is possible. See how it works though in a few short moments here, Ray. As there is going to be we'll see if they opt to go for an auto for a second for a nade engage, but at the moment that does not seem likely.
That it doesn't. As Dark Mode gets ready for their attack. Looks like Dark Mode did elect to go on the attack, so they want to take this momentum they built on Rialto and look to build a massive time bank on Hanamura, as they're just going to get immediately right through the gates. I'm surprised TBD allowed that.
Yeah, but right now, Derpy is all alone and gonna be singled out there by Zira and, well, the Discord orb of CJ, and that is just going to allow them to, waste time, as Coco is going to be found out as well, but the rotation is going to be there from Dark Mode onto the point and allowing a split up for the moment, but it's just going to give TBD even more time off the board, as They do find CJ though, which is nice for Dark Mode to re-engage if they do so need it.
Because the players were caught behind Joker, TBD was able to just aggressively push anyone who was spawning in. So the only way for them to stop that was to go touch point. So TBD was able to quickly regain and go attack the point. So it's just really bad situation for Dark Mode to beat it. But with CJ being down, Dark Mode gets the push aggressively past
the Shatter's just gonna drop 4 people coming in from Infected. That's just gonna wrap things up immediately for the push of Dark Mode as is the team kill coming through.
Again, just look at this tree on the high ground, looking for a flank graviton surge. Once again, he has been known for this throughout the series and is looking for another one. The question is, will Dark Mode be ready? And they aren't.
They are not indeed, but Danny's there with the ultimate of the Transcendence to come in clutch. Gonna be able to use the Transcendence and the Soundbeard to come through, but they've lost Tree in the meanwhile, thanks to self-destruct from Matt Merck. And now that's just going to allow Dark Mode go to the point, but in fact, it's got the Shatter already up and going. But again, they are not able to find anyone quite just yet. It's now Dark Mode has found one tick on the point, looking for another one. There's the second tick, and Landon's out of the fight. In fact, it's gonna go down as well, and Dark Mode are gonna be able to take the first point.
Again, extremely well done by Dark Mode. That was a lot on the side of Danny, getting that exiting pick onto CJ in the previous fight. So they were able to get through that choke, and then they were able to make things happen. As they already have a tick on this point because the late spawn's coming in.
Yeah, they've already got a tick very close to a second one, as this is looking good for Dark Mode. They need to find a pick though, as this is now in the favor of TBD, and CJ's gonna go down. So is Infected. Self-destruct is going to be there. Network is down. There's the second tick coming in from Dark Mode though. There's still a chance to keep it going their way. They've got a very good hand for their attacking round. But still, they're definitely looking for a second, the full capture on point number 3, but that's just not going to be in the cards for it right now, as Tree's grab going to help wrap it up for the defenders.
Very, very close for Dark Mode. Almost had that, but Tree coming in with the big grab. Really sitting, but I think the big savior was Zara getting the pick onto Matt Merck. Who was getting close to getting that mech back. So that really saved the day if you were TBD. Now they're going to be able to hold this high ground aggressively. This is where they're able to relax a little bit and hope to waste a lot of this time.
However, though, I mean, the Shatter's going to come out, not going to be found out. A nice block coming in from Derpy. They're just predicting that Shatter's or just having the shield up at the right time. Now the Sound Barrier is going to come in from Fishcake, as well as the Transcendence from CJ, as Kashir's going to be felled out of the fight. Matt Merck very low at the moment as well, so there's still not really a good chance to come into this. Danny was looking for an assassination attempt onto CJ, but they just find the spawn room doors as Magic Meatball finds them out, as the stragglers get cleaned up by TBD.
Yeah, TBD is really good on punishing mistakes and then just taking advantage of really good situations, and they showed that beautifully, pouncing, cleaning up very quickly. And Dark Mode gets to come back because they committed so much into that first fight on point B to be able to get this. They didn't have a lot to work with. Tree's looking for a grab, again, he finds it. Yeah,
grab's gonna be there. Danny, though, has this Transcendence available, but in fact, it's taken Derpy off the side of the map there. The self-destruct not gonna find that little window to go into the remaining members of TBD, as now Dark Mode running for the hills.
That they are, as Dark Mode, 2 minutes left on the clock. They have the tools in their chest to be able to do this, but TBD has just done a great job of playing their positions and rotating their ults very properly, that if you're in a position for Dark Mode, you might want to, maybe take a dry fight or so, try and force out something from TBD, but keep your own, because to be able to get a clean fight win to secure this is going to be tough.
Yeah, definitely is now. The play is going to come in. They're going to look to go through this room yet again with a rally out from Bashir. Shatter is there from Derby. It's going to lie down 4, but again, no one's going down. The Transcendence from CJ was there, and the Shatter from Infected finds 5 down on the ground. They do lose land, and in the meanwhile, though, the Transcendence popped by Danny is going to allow the stabilization for the time being, but the grab from Tree is going to lock up a couple, but everyone's falling down, and now that's just going to allow Dark Mode to rotate to the point and probably capture this out with a rally coming in from Landon. They're going to look to come in. They've got the chance to hold on. Zero's going to pop the self-destruct over the top. No one's going to go down, but still, Zero's out of the fight, and now they've got to play perfectly, but Derpy's going to be found out by Landon, and the Shatter comes in from Infected onto 2, takes him down, and another hold coming in from TBD.
To me, for Dark Mode, that was just adrenaline syndrome is what I call it. Like, when things are going crazy, your adrenaline's high, and you're in a big fight like that, everything went scattered, Brandon. Everyone scattered. Everyone was on a different part of the point, and they all weren't focusing a single target. TBD was able to take advantage with their closer spawns and eventually get the job done. One more chance for Dark Mode to try and cap both of these points, as it's going to be tough sledding. It's going to be a quick engage.
Self-destruct is going to be the way of engagement, but no one's gonna get there in the end. As you know what, you might hate that Dark Mode didn't complete the point, but they got it to 96.1%. This is almost to set the point here as now. This is going a very good attacking phase for Dark Mode. TBD has to pretty much complete the all 2 points here, right?
And now, once again, your win condition is very clear if you're TBD. Is get that that 96-ish% on the second point for TBD. And I mean, we saw how much time TBD was able to waste on point A. I think that's going to be pivotal for Dark Mode, is at least waste half of this time on this point A engage, or TBD will have so many cracks at the egg on point B that it's just going to be insurmountable. So this point A defense, to me, is going to tell me a lot about how I think this is going to go.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one here, Ray. Again, I mean, this is so close to the end for Dark Mode. They've kind of set themselves up for a pretty good opportunity to tie the series up and go to a map number 5, but they've got to, well, play it perfectly, because we saw how stymied you can get on that second point. They've got to play it just as well as TBD did there on their defense, but we'll see if they can do so. Gashir and Coco very low already, so I mean, so is Infected and Landon, as Landon's going to be found out immediately there by Derpy's hammer, and that is probably just going to buy some time as they wait for Landon to come back.
Yeah, I mean, very good opening pick. I mean, that's basically all your heals off the field for TBD, so they can't even afford to look to push. They can just, try and poke and prod, design charge up, and then they're gonna push in. What a pin!
The pin's gonna come in, and Derpy's got the Shatter drop down and off, as there is gonna find out 2. Now Meatball falls as well, and that is going to be, well, the fight finished quite quickly by Dark.
Infected may have gotten the pin, but Derpy gets the Shatter, and just taking the advantage in that first fight. And now they get the DMEC onto Zera. Oh, that is absolutely devastating. As look at this, they're shooting and looking to try and regain that ult charge. So this is so much time off of the clock.
It really is, it really is. However, though, for TBD, they are building up to some ultimates here. Zero's going to be back in next, and now they can go into this. Still not close to this self-destruct, though. Shatter's going to come out from Infected, but charged away, and Derpy takes him out. Now, they look to continue their winning ways for Dark Mode. Tree is going to come out and go down. This, again, is going to be Dark Mode's hold for the moment. Is Zero is going to be demeched and just left to get to either left or staggered out here, and it looks like to be staggered.
Yeah, this next fight for Dark Mode is going to be an important one. I mean, for TBD specifically, because you're going to be walking into basically a Diva Bomb and a grab. Your Transcendence will be able to counter out this Graviton Surge, but Zera has the bomb. You don't have Sounder. You don't have Rally. If you allow Zera to get a big bomb off, it's going to be trouble. But if they can mitigate it, they're going to be in a really good position for their 2 minutes.
As now and there's a self-destruct out from Matt Merck, as well as Zera's coming in from the top ropes, but it's just not going to find anyone. Now Derpy's gone out of the fight. Grab from Coco might have helped stabilize for the moment, but a nice fire strike takes Kashir out. Now Coco's just all alone in that room, and that should be the point going the way of TBD.
But I talked about how I think this point A attack would tell me a lot about Dark Mode's chances of keeping this alive. I like their chances. I mean, it still could go either way. But that was a lot of time you're able to waste. That's 75% of their time being taken off. Still 4 minutes for TBD to take a shot at this, but they had to use a decent amount of ults to get that opening going there. So they're gonna have to take a beat and get some of these ultimates going, and then take a stab at this recapture for point B.
Yeah, this is where Dark Mode could take it. Again, the design of 2CP makes it so much in the favor of the defending spawns, as they could just burn and burn this time bank, but Landon finds Kashir out of the fight already. Now, just keep things going their way. TBD finds some more picks. There's the grab. There's the shatter out from TBD, but they need to find the picks with the Transcendence, healing everyone up from Dark Mode. The self-destruct coming down from on high. Not gonna find anyone, but it still looks like Dark Mode have the upper hand with the picks coming all red, as this is going to look to be the cleanup coming in from Dark Mode.
Yeah, that's just going to be the nature of 2CP. You're going to need to get a clean full 6. And unfortunately, that's so tough for Zera. Just late stagger after late stagger. With these ultimates, however, Dark Mode's going to be able to continue to hold aggressively. They're going to look to just hold high ground. They're not going to be as super aggressive as TBD was on their defense, but they're still getting the job done. As really TBD is hoping to get an opening with an incoming self-destruct that Zera has.
Yeah, as there goes the plays coming in. Coco's gonna pop the grab early on, but interestingly enough, well, they're not gonna really get any damage going onto them. The rotation's gonna come out. Matt Merck's gonna go down. The shatter not gonna find anyone from Derpy, as Matt Merck now out of mech thanks to Zera's self-destruct. Grab comes out from tree from long range, finds it's marked, but finds no men out quite just yet. Kashir coming back from spawn, trying to build up to the rally, but Derpy's gone down. This is not looking good if you're Dark Mode at the moment. The pieces are all falling into place for TBD. The tree just beaming down everyone, and that should be it. There's the point done. TBD take the map and the series in a 3-1 fashion.
Just incredible from TBD. They proved that throughout these 4 maps, they were the better team, and they proved it. Just so many big plays coming out from their talented play. Whether it was CJ coming through with a big volley and a couple of kills, or as we're seeing Tree play the game with a big flank grab, or just melting people down, Infected getting some big time pins and shatters. The entire team was just playing so well, and their communication and movement together was just absolutely superb. On that attack there, we didn't see a whole lot of adrenaline syndrome, as I said, where everything just spread out and no one was focusing stuff. Everyone was on point. They knew we got a charged up Zarya, get that Rhine shield down, get Derpy down. Derpy was down. Then they moved on to the next one. It was just clinical.
It really was indeed. And now Dark Mode have to battle their way through either Crazy 88s and Redbird Esports to get back a chance to get to the grand finals. We still don't know who they are going to be playing in that losers finals. We are going to head to a short little break and wait to see who wins that out, and then, well, we'll bring you the losers finals right after this short break. All right, everyone, welcome back. It is time to head back into the world of GOATs for our losers finals between Dark Mode and Redbird Esports, as they do have a different change coming in. It was supposed to be Antarctic Peninsula, as this is our round 6 matchup. But well, both teams don't want to play Antarctic Peninsula. So as we're figuring out what's going to happen. So I think we are staying with Antarctic Peninsula, but we'll figure it out in a second here. We're going to be taking a look at these two rosters, though. Redbird Esports have come out with their new collegiate roster. This is officially their roster coming into the spring 2024 season. And, well, it is a pretty gosh darn good one with Kaffa, Ariel 2, Lethal, Amon, Admiral, and Skyla rounding it out there, as this is going to be a very, very nice game, a very, very good team, a very, very fun match to watch against this Dark Mode squad that we just took a look at.
Yeah, very talented. Took a map off TBD. They'll be, I mean, their tank line's so good with, Coco, Matt, Merck, and Derpy. Another very talented team. And the question is losing that match to TBD, is that going to affect them too much, or are they going to be reinvigorated or ready to go? Because we did see those last two maps that they played against TBD a lot closer. They seemed much more warmed up, and it was better.
So, looks like the official rule is we are going to be sticking with Antarctic Peninsula as our first map for the losers final here. We're just going to be waiting for the readies to let our people tell the people that they cannot choose a different map, and then we will be heading in to said map.
Yeah, I mean, I just think people are not used to playing on this map, and it just feels weird to play GOATs on it because it was, not a map back when GOATs existed, but that was the set map for this round, and that is where we are going to go. And I'm actually excited. I think the only one that plays kind of weird as GOATs is the sub-level one, the one that's got like two, like the high ground and the low ground area, but it's like, it's that one's a little bit tougher just because the high and the low ground areas are very tough to hold. So but the icebreaker and the labs one, they're pretty simple to play in GOATs.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. I mean, this is really looking good so far. I'm just waiting for just waiting for readies, waiting for everything to go in. And then we'll be heading in. I think we're just confirming observers on our end in the end, and we have 2 in the bathroom. So now we have to wait even longer here, right?
Very unfortunate, but I guess while we have the chance, we got season signups for the next season, MTT 21 of CGL, that are live now. So make sure any teams out there that are wanting to compete, we offer, plenty of divisions, anywhere from all the way down in gold and plat all the way up to your top 500 lobbies, your best of the best. So make sure you get your teams together and sign up. I believe they close at the very beginning of February, like February 2nd or 3rd. So make sure you guys get them together and sign up.
Let's look. Signups close January 31st at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Season starts February 5th, and we've got, again, if this is your first time playing in a multi-tier tournament, there's a league format with 1 match per week. It's flexible scheduling. Regular season divided into 2 4-week stages with a mid-season tournament. That mid-season tournament allows you to get an extra map win or a match win for the postseason playoffs, which will be happening after that second stage. And then obviously the self-scheduled matches, because we don't want to force people to have to commit to a game, commit to a date, and then not have their players there. Actually, we do also have some changes coming in from the last multi-tier tournament. The roster lock will be adjusted so that inter-team transfers will lock before the inter-team transfers will lock before the regular season is over. After this time, only players that have not been on a team in the season may join teams until the end of the regular season. So we don't want players jumping ship for teams that are going to make the playoffs. I think this is what the big change is. other than that, there's not really many, um, not really many changes going into this next multi-tier tournament.
Yeah, I mean it's going to be an amazing event. I think it's gonna be CGL's biggest event. I mean, I don't know that yet. I just got a feeling, especially off the momentum we've been building from this GOATS tournament. So make sure you guys get in on the action. Lots of prize pool money available for the top tier divisions, which are like your NA, EU, console, and PC open tiers. So it's going to be a lot of fun. And while you're at it, go ahead and follow CGL. You know, hit that follow button on Twitch and on X/Twitter, and make sure you're up to date on all the streams and the news that we have available regarding CGL.
Yeah. Yep. As actually, interestingly enough, so completely off topic for another thing, we do actually have our own Calling All Heroes team in under the brand of Kunoichi. And that is happening right now on Radiant GG, and it's actually about to finish with Kunoichi taking the map, unless something drastically changes here in a few short moments, as it's up to 99% on the third point of a flashpoint. But well, the VTG Blue just took the fight, so still have to wait a little bit longer.
Yeah, so shout outs to them, as we are going to be getting you guys straight into this action on Antarctic Peninsula. Looks like we'll be starting out on the Icebreaker map. And from the limited number of games I've seen that have played out on Antarctic Peninsula, the key is going to be taking control of that slightly elevated high ground mid area. And once you have control of that, this map is very hard as a team who's trying to retake, because really there's limited places you can go, and it's all very narrow spaces that you're pushing through.
Yeah, it definitely is. Now the gates are going to be opening now, and well, the losers final has been opened up, and there they go. Kuffa already out to the point here. Both teams opting for a different way to attack here, but both are going to have to match up on this way next to the Icebreaker. As this is going to, the clash is going to start any second now. Is there the fight? Yeah, no one's going into it. The Ryans have not started clashing, but there goes the speed boost in. And that's a nice play coming in from Redbird, getting Dark Mode on the back foot, taking first point control here for the moment. Still, there is a chance for Dark Mode to come into this, as the no team has lost a person quite just yet here, right? So they're still just waiting up, still building up to ultimates. Kuffa very close to the Shattered. Turpy nowhere near it, and this should be a rude awakening when Kuffa drops the Shatter down onto Dark Mode there. Grab is going to be built up by the Coco though, but they are going to be crumbling all around it. Is Dark Mode, as they've lost two players now. Kashir and Coco are going to fall as well, as Redbird takes the fight.
Yeah, you were able to force out the rally and the trans from Redbird, so your Dark Mode, you do get to re-engage. I didn't see that Derpy also used his Shatter, so you'll come back and you will get this map merc self-destruct online, and he's been very good about it in that previous series against TBD, so you got to be very careful about that if you're Redbirds, but Admiral will be ready with that sound barrier to help provide that overall.
There's going to be the grab coming in from Lethal, self-destruct from Aerial 2 there as well, but not going to find anything quite just yet though. Self-destruct going to come in from Matt Merck, but going to be stunned up before they can get back into the mech, taken down by Lethal in that super high charge, and Kuffa belts up another Shatter, drops them all down. Mamone there to clean up the kills, and Redbird Esports are all cylinders are running right now, 75% and counting.
And this is feeling very similar to how Dark Mode started up against TBD. Redbird's aggression and clinical dissection of this Dark Mode team is just on full display. Again, it's just very similar. They're just all on the same page. They're all at ISU playing in that room together, and it's just showing.
It really is, but Admiral is going to go down. Derpy opening it up perfectly. Mamone gone as well. The grab from Coco there helping things go their way, but now they've lost Kashir. Skyla's going to find Danny as well, but again, shouldn't be enough to change it as Dark Mode finally getting some control of the point.
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna have to be absolutely perfect the rest of the way, but we saw Glacier be able to do this to Shikigami on Ilios in the previous series yesterday, where they were able to completely flip the point and end up winning it. So definitely on the table for Dark Mode. They got a lot to work with. Redbirds, however, they've been so good. They have so many ults to work with. Uphill battle.
Now they come in. There's the self-destruct out from Aerial 2. Not going to find anything. The charge coming in from Derby. Drops down 2. Mamone follows quickly afterwards. And Matt Merck getting that follow-up. It's a nice clean up coming through from Dark Mode here.
That fight there for Dark Mode flips this entire map on its head. Because not only did you win that with very small ult commit, with the Shatter and the Sound Barrier essentially, but Redbirds threw in 3 of their ultimates in this fight. So you flip the ult economy on its head. So you are in a much better power position.
You really are indeed, but it could all change with a Shatter coming that can come out from Kappa. So there's the grab coming through from Coco. He's gonna force Kappa to pin away onto Derpy. Shatter comes out, drops down Derpy, but there's the Transcendence out from Danny. Sound Barrier comes through from Admiral to try to keep up the health for Redbird, but it's just not working out for them now as Dark Mode comes back stronger, and they take down Kappa and, well, the rest of Redbird. It's up to 81%. The team kill gong comes through, and Dark Mode are on the doorsteps of taking round number 1.
One last chance for Redbirds to try and bring this back. Lethal will have this Graviton Surge, and Dark Mode threw in a lot to that fight. You'd really be hoping that Fishcake can somehow build up this Sound Barrier in time.
Yeah, definitely. They've got to get something going on, but Kappa goes down. Lethal's going to use the grab, though. It's definitely an opportunity to turn it back into the favor of Redbird, but they need to find a pick, but that's not what you were looking for. Skyla's gone down, and that should be enough for Dark Mode to take round number 1 on Antarctic Peninsula.
Yeah, very well played by Dark Mode. That was a big turnaround for them, and it was all about getting a stranglehold on that ult economy. They had that one big fight where they committed 2 ultimates versus Redbirds committing 3 to 4, and they were able to win the fight. And that completely turned the map on its head. They're able to flip it from 99-0 to winning that map, and now we head to Labs as the next one is. Redbirds now on the back foot, trying to come up with some changes and some, cleanup to try and come back on this map.
Yeah, they've got to figure it out here. They looked so strong, but when the tides turned into the favor of Dark Mode, Redbird really couldn't turn things around into their favor. We'll see if they can figure it out, though, here on the next round of Labs. I think this is Labs, right? This is Labs? No.
Yes, this is Labs.
I don't know. Yeah, okay, Labs. As they are going to be fighting it out here on the high ground. As Redbird have this positioning in the doorway, so this was a good way for Redbird to start it off, trying to build up to some ultimates, try to build up to take this first fight, try to build up some charge. Lethal still kind of low, around that 60% mark. You want to definitely be higher, around 70, 75, but Kappa's going to find out Fishcake early on, and the point's going to go the way of Redbirds yet again to start it off as Danny goes off the side of them.
Again, that just came down to positioning. Once again, Redbirds got control of that high ground area. Dark Mode was forced to be on the outside looking in for the entirety of that first fight, and Redbirds were just able to pounce and take advantage. So if Redbirds continue to hold these positions aggressively and play these rotations right, it's going to be tough for Dark Mode to be able to push back in, but looks like Redbirds are actually going to afford a little bit of space for Dark Mode to be able to take.
Yeah. As now, Darkmo's just gonna rotate the point. Shatter's gonna come out from Cuffa, not gonna fulfill Mark, but there's the grab coming out, and it looks like a lot of damage coming through. But again, the Transcendences are there from both the Zenyatas to stave off the aggression from either of these sides. Now the Shatter comes in from Derpy, but Kashir has been fouled out, but so has Cuffa. Just not what you want to see. You need your tank in this fight, and now Derpy and Dark Mode can walk forward without really a threat of the Reinhardt, but still, Lethal is quite the threat on this Zarya, but it's just going to allow Dark Mode to take the first, take back the point for the moment. But hey, Lethal is still there doing damage, and well, they are going to only lose about 9% on the board.
Yeah, as Lethal was able to find some late picks, as you know, they were just trying to be patient and allowing Dark Mode to take that point and back up for the strong. Draggers to get back in, and now the grabs are going to come out from both the Zaryas.
Yeah, and it's going to find Coco out of the fight from Lethal. Lethal was very low as well. Going to be able to get that armor pack to stay alive, though. So still, the Redbird very much in control of this fight. So far, so good. The rotation gonna come in though from Dark Mode, trying to get to the point. 92%, but they are walking into a Shatter from Cuffa. Derpy needs to build this up to have a good chance to hold on to the Shatter. Comes out though, a perfect stun coming through from Mamone to take out Derpy, and that is going to be that. Round 2 goes the way of Redbird.
As Redbirds came back with a vengeance, were upset with themselves for letting the ball drop on that previous map, and now it's going to come down to this final map, which I talked about I thought would be the most interesting play here, which is the sub-levels, to where there's very distinct low and high grounds on this map. It's not like labs where it's like there's a low ground and there's like an immediate high ground. This is legitimate high ground and legitimate low ground, so being able to fight in this first fight, getting control of that high ground is going to determine a lot on this point. Having high ground control is going to be so important.
It really is. It really is indeed. It's now we are going to see, well, where these two teams decide, how these two teams decide to fight it out on the last point of Antarctic Peninsula, as Cuffa and Co. already taking a very aggressive hold on it, is going right into the remaining members of Dark Mode, as Danny's already been picked out by Aerial too, as this is just going to be a wash coming in from Redbird.
Yeah, very great pick coming out from Aerial, being able to find Danny early. That takes a lot of damage off of the field. No Discord orbs, no follies, and then you're able to just pounce if you're Redbirds. The aggression that Redbirds have been playing with has just been on full display. They're just not allowing Dark Mode to even take a breath. And that's the beauty of this GOAT's playstyle, and they're just playing it so well, are the Redbirds.
Yeah, they really are. They really are indeed. Now, they are going to just rotate to the point, though, this Dark Mode, forcing them to play down on the objective. As Shatter is going to come through, connects to 3, Derpy goes down. And now, yeah, this is just looking really good for Redbird yet again on this third point.
And as you talked about, that's the power of the Cuffa not on ping. Just absolutely dominating, able to easily find these Shatters. Being there at ISU on land has just been a huge buff. He's already a crazy player on ping.
It really was. It really was indeed. We'll see if they can continue this. See if they can continue this hold so far, though. As Coco's very close to the Graviton Surge of their own. So is Lethal, but it's going to be eaten up by Matt Merck. There's going to be the sound barrier coming in from Fishgate, but Derpy is not able to survive through it. Aerial 2 pops the self-destruct, gonna find Coco out. Transcendence cannot heal everything away, as this is going to be Redbird yet again coming out on top.
Yeah, again, they are. This is a late stagger onto Matt Merck. I mean, again, Redbirds just the full aggression. They're catching Dark Mode mid rotations. However, that was a lot of ultimates expended, so Dark Mode's going to have the advantage coming into this next fight. But this is make it or break it. They have one last opportunity to turn this map around and try and take this first map away from Redbirds.
As now, the play is going to come in. They're looking for a pick. There's the sound barrier coming in from Admiral. Aerial 2 is going to get demaxed though. That is a nice play. The grab is going to come out, but I don't know if anyone got caught in it. They just rotate around, and now Aerial 2 no longer in this fight any shape or form. Darkmode have gotten a good position on the point here to take it back as Cup is taken out, so is Mamone, as that is finally Darkmode getting a control of the point.
Yeah, unfortunately that grab, as you mentioned, it did not get anything. Dark Mode was already re-rotating and disengaging, and they got away before that graviton surge came out. So very unfortunate for Lethal, and that's going to give a lot of agency for Dark Mode going forward. Coco now gets to come in, and they can get this grab out early. There is no Transcendence yet build up for Skyla.
Yeah, we'll see if they can keep it going here, though. There's the shatter coming in from Couple, laying down 5, and Josh Cashier is already gone out of here. The shatter in response, though, from Derpy's going to line up 3, and that's going to help and them hold on to this point with Kappa and Mamone out of the fight. And just going to have to be a reset from Redbird for the moment.
Yeah, as that's just back to the spawn room. I mean, the goal was to try and force out a decent amount of ultimates, but you've committed so many of your own. You're going to have to hope that this bomb's going to find something. Aerial throws it over the top.
Yeah, Aerial is going to find Danny out, and that is going to be on just a great engage coming in from Redbird and probably taking this map here with the fight win. The team kill coming through, the point flip, overtime bar ticks away. No one's going to get there, and in the end, Redbird take map number 1.
That Diva Bomb on Ariel saved and basically sealed the deal. Basically what happened was you get to kill onto the Zen, and why that was so important is then it allows Lethal to get full advantage of the Graviton Surge because Danny had that Transcendence online. So you take that off with that Diva Bomb, Lethal throws out the Graviton Surge, and there was absolutely nothing Dark Mode could do to deal with that, and that's the reason Redbird's able to clean that up and take the first map.
Yeah, they really are looking good there, but again, Dark Mode did start off a little bit rough in their matchup against TBD, and then it turned a little bit around for them later on. So still, Dark Mode definitely has an opportunity to turn this around, especially with our next map already being decided in that while we were watching the play of the game there, as Derpy exclaimed, "We want King's Row." And that is where we're going to be headed, well, whenever we're ready to head into the match.
Yeah, it's kind of what I talked about in the previous matchup with TBD. They did end up dropping it against TBD, but this has been a very, very good map for the likes of Dark Mode. They against Shikigami, they first point held them. Against Crazy 88s, they did the same thing. They kind of ran into a buzzsaw there with TBD and kind of weren't warmed up and ready. But I think going forward onto this map with Redbirds, this map gives them the best chance to turn the series around.
Yeah, this is their best chance to start, well, at least tie the series up and get things back into their graces. But again, they are playing against such a good squad in Redbird Esports. Again, this is a different tier, I would say, of the competition that they've played so far in this tournament. And it's those top 4 that have already been playing that are the best. And again, this is where Dark Mode has done a little bit less than perfect. And they definitely have the skill to do it, but they need to keep things close to the chest and not get a little bit not get over aggressive, not let their mistakes be punished.
Yeah, as we now load up into King's Row, the one thing that I find interesting is Redbirds. Again, I still have this philosophy where if you win the map and you get to pick the side and you pick defense, you're really feeling yourself. You feel extremely confident about your ability to get a really good hold on this defense. Not even necessarily a first point hold, but just not allowing this team to like dominate you and come with a really good time bank. Because if you come on this defense and Dark Mode absolutely dominates you on this attack, finishes with 3 minutes on the clock, to me that's just a feels bad. It's different than if you were like, okay, let's go on the attack and try and take this momentum away and keep Dark Mode in the red, but you could breathe life back into them if they get a good attack here.
Yeah, definitely. But I mean, we'll see how this works for them in the end. We're gonna. It all matters when everything's all said and done. When all the bullets have been thrown. Actually, not really many bullets in this matchup because it is GOAT. So when the hammer swings have finished, Ray, then we will see who comes out on top. As an unfortunate rotation did come in. They were trying to get over onto that high ground, but Coco still being able to get up there is such a good position for the Zara to just beam down opposition from on high, but Kashir very low. The remaining members of Redbird on this point are just forcing them back, forcing them up to this high ground now. Try to rotate, try to stay up and healthy. Coco, though, is very low at the moment.
And that high ground control that you're able to take is going to be important. They drop down. Can they make something happen?
Travis could come in, and Matt Moan's going to go down, and Skylar was not able to build up that Transcendence in time, and Dark Mode's just going to be able to take all the advantage in the world off the back of that grab built up from Coco.
Extremely important coming out on the side of Dark Mode to be able to get this, because there's going to be no re-engage because of how that fight went. So now you get that positive momentum, 5 minutes. The only good thing if you're Redbirds is we talked about the importance of taking the fight here at the archways, and they're going to be able to do exactly that unless this bomb gets something, and it does.
Kuffa gets stunned up and taken out. Great play coming in from Kashir, as that is just going to allow Dark Mode to keep on going, pushing back Redbird all the way back to point 3.
And again, you get those through those archways because that was such a great bomb by Mattler. He's done a great job for Dark Mode, being the one to set up a lot of big time play. He did this actually against TBD to set things up and get this point B push going. But Redbirds, they're coming back in fold, and they're going to take this next fight at the bookstore corner.
Yeah, now, White is going to come in. Aerial 2 does beat up the grab of Coco, but Kuffa is going to be palmed on the head and taken out of the fight by Derpy. So this is just going to allow Dark Mode to take the fight yet again in a decisive fashion.
And again, the one problem we are seeing, again, Ariel getting that, I mean, yes, Dark Mode was able to get end up finding the fight win, but Fishcake is down. That allows Redbirds to get back into this fight and force Dark Mode back.
As now they come through, the rotation is in from Redbird back to the point, and Derpy has been caught out. They don't really need to invest any more ultimates in this fight. Just that Transcendence allows them to stave off the aggression that was brought to them by the grab from Coco.
And now if you're Redbirds, you're in this position, you have control of the ult economy currently, and now you're able to play aggressively around these corners, and you can pretty much have the agency to take the fights wherever you determine and decide you want to take them. Looks like they're going to decide to do the Foundry corner, but they could have taken it to the bookstore corner if they so pleased.
Yeah, it's now. They are going to come in here. There's the grab. Self-destruct coming in from Matt Merck, as well as Aerial 2. And it's going to find Danny out. Now they don't have anything to deal with the Graviton Surge from Lethal. The Shatter comes through from Kuffa as well. Wrapping it up again for Redbird here.
It has a nice bow tied on top of a great team fight present that Redbirds were able to gift themselves. They will, however, that was all of their offensive tank ultimates that they had in their pocket, but now they have a rotation where they're going to be working with all of their defensive ultimates for the incoming ultimates, offensive ultimates that Dark Mode had. So they're playing the ult game pretty well if you're Redbirds. 2 minutes left on the clock, so they've done a great job of draining a lot of this time. Can they continue to do this and stop them on this point B is the question for Redbirds.
That is a good question. Now, there goes Admiral gone out of the fight thanks to Fishcake. A nice grab coming in from Coco. Shatter comes out now as well, dropping 4 on their backs is Derpy. And there is going to be the wrap up coming through from Dark Mode as they force back Redbird yet again.
Yeah, unfortunately, Admiral was not able to provide that sound barrier for the incoming Shatter, but that's Derpy making Derpy play known for that Reinhardt and is shining through. As the question is, as they're getting closer and closer to this point B, half. I was curious if they were going to make an attempt to stop this, but they aren't. I think this is a smart decision because if you go in and lose that fight, you give up that first corner. We've seen time and time again, teams just drain time on this first corner.
Yeah, they really do. They really do indeed. The rally is going to come out, though, from Kashir to just build up some armor, build up some overhealth. So the self-destruct is going to be there. Coco finds Admiral out, though, so this is just going to be dark mode. Keep on pushing forward with Mamone and Skyla falling out late there.
Very unfortunate, but however, this is going to be the fight for Redbirds. They have so much to work with. I mean, you use trans in that fight if you're Daddy, so this Graviton Surge from Lethal is going to be absolutely easy. They have nothing to mitigate this.
They do not all is here. Comes to play in, and the self-destruct from Matt Merck is there, but it's just going to end in Matt Merck dying in their Baby Diva form. So this is just going to be Redbird coming back strong yet again. This is just a very back and forth defense from Redbird and Dark Mode on their offense.
However, I think Dark Mode just played that smart. All they really committed into that fight was your sound barrier and your Diva bomb. So as this next fight progresses, you'll be able to be coming up on about 4 of those ultimates. So you put yourself in a good position. Because it's only going to take one clean team fight win to get this across the finish line. But you're coming up on a minute and a half left to the clock. You don't have a lot of time to prattle.
Yeah, they do not at all. Minute and 20 seconds left on the board, and they're just waiting out time. This is buying time for Redbird to keep their defensive hold going, but now the go sign has been brought from Dark Mode, and Matmark looks for someone. There's the grab coming in, though, from Coco. No defensive ultimates for Redbirds at the moment, so they've got to figure it out. Derp is going to drop the Shatter down. No, fouled out. Mamone goes down now with all defensive ultimates coming in from Dark Mode. They are stabilizing on the offense, but a boop coming in from Admiral might have just saved the round for Redbird, taking Kashir and Derpy off the side of the map. Now this is going to allow Redbird to come out of spawn. They've got the sound barrier, they've got the transcendence as well. Can they keep the hold going? 35 seconds going as Dark Mode's retreating.
Yeah, Admiral looking like an angel on the shoulder of Redbirds, finding that boot when things were looking rough. And Dark Mode, they don't have, they're coming up on grab, but the counters are there. Sound barrier, trans, even this Matmerk bomb. So much to work with for Redbird.
Ray seems to have cut out there, so we'll get back into it with the fight breaking out. They've got a lot to deal with if you are Redbird, and there's the grab coming, and as the self-destruct comes in over the top as well from Matt Merck. Mamone's already been felled out. There's still a chance, though, for Redbird to hold on to this. They can definitely do so, but the Shatter comes out from Derpy, and Admiral is taken down. There comes the rally out from Cashier to try to finish it off for Dark Mode at the moment, with the picks keeps going their way. The big comes out from Fishcake, finishing out with everything. Is very much a projectile slide for me at the moment, but hey, in the end, Dark Mode still take it in overtime.
Score 0-3. Switching sides.
Yeah, so I don't know what happened to Ray. His internet is being weird apparently, but right now, so is mine, because I don't know. Yeah, so we're just having a little bit of technical difficulties on both our ends, as the stream is very choppy for me at the moment, but we'll hopefully figure it out in a few short moments.
Able to hear me, Joker?
Yes, I can hear you.
Perfect. All right. Yeah, I got a little worried when I came back and the stream was still choppy, but I heard you say that on both ends, correct?
Yes.
Alrighty, cool. So, Dark Mode able to finish that in overtime. for Redbirds, I mean, you put that in a position where if you have an extremely successful attack here, you get over 2 minutes on the clock, you put yourself in that win or draw situation. But Dark Mode, we've talked about it time and time again. They are synonymous for holding teams on this point. The only one they weren't able to do it to was TBD, but they're waiting in the grand finals, literally. So can they do that to Redbirds, or are Redbirds going to come up with the goods and turn this map around?
That is the question, the moment here, Ray. Obviously, there is still a lot of time on the board, and we'll figure it out as the play is going to be there. But hey, nothing's feeling just quite yet. As a nice play comes in though from Danny, getting that those shots onto Skyla and well, just stopping that push in their tracks.
I mean, so far so good for Dark Mode in turning things around. As we talked about this, I mean, this is their map choice, and this has been the map they've been the most dominant on. They've got to continue time and time again. As Redbirds, just got to be a little bit careful. Some of these players are being a little over-aggressive, peeking a little bit too much, and Dark Mode's taking advantage.
Yeah, now the rotation is going to be back as they are looking to come through here. Coco very close to the Graviton Surge, but the rally is going to come in early on from Mamone. There's the grab out from Coco, though. The Transcendence is in from Danny to help stabilize even more for Dark Mode, but still just walking forward. The Shatter comes out from Kuppa, dropping 4 on his back, and that is just going to allow Redbird to take the first point.
Kuppa once again coming through with a big shatter for Redbirds, and as the stragglers are continuing to get found, but that's just going to be the first point cap coming out from Redbirds, and it was with very little ult usage. Like I said, I think maybe they used rally and shatter in that fight, but they're going to be able to come back for ultimates to be able to use. We saw a lot on this map to break through these archways, which we've talked about can be very difficult as an attacking team, that we've seen teams use this Diva Bomb as soon as the defending team is ready to take their mark. Question is, Dark Mode is not there yet. They had a couple late spawners. Looks like Redbirds might be able to get this past the archways.
Is now, yeah, they definitely have the tool set to get past this archway with the grab. With the shatter coming out though from Derpy, they might have just stopped him in their tracks. Kuppa's gonna go down. Grab is out from Lethal, but it's just not going to have any follow-up because well, Kuppa has been felled out, and they're just gonna have to rotate back to spawn.
Yeah, as we see Skyla is kind of over there by himself, but you don't have the tools to be able to commit and find that punish if you are Dark Mode. But they are also unable to play up at those archway doors. They're looking to play more around the front store corners, and Sound Barrier comes in from Admiral.
Yeah, as now the grab comes out from Coco. Matt Merck and Derpy very low. The self-destruct is out though from both of the Divas. Mamone and Matt Merck fall down to them. Right? So, I mean, hey, you're going to like that trade for both of these squads at the moment, but nothing's going to be eaten up by the Dark Mode squad as they're just going to force back with that extra health from the route.
Yeah, I was actually going to be curious, you know, which one would you prefer? If you
the Shatter's gonna come out.
Shatter.
Yeah, the Shatter comes out from Derpy as the ingress is stopped immediately thanks to that Shatter from Derpy.
Insane. These Reinhardts between Derpy and Kuppa have been showing up big time for these teams with big time shatters, as Dark Mode are looking to press the issue, but they're not going to be able to get as bold as TBD did to them and spawn camp them. The spawners were already there for Redbirds, and it just was not going to happen. You will have a Graviton Surge online, so you've got to be careful. It does go off.
Yeah, as they're going to come out now with the Transcendence in from Skyla. Going to be Skyla keeping things all up and healthy for Redbird. The Sound Barrier there as well from Fishcake, trying to keep things going. But now Redbird have that over health from their own Sound Barrier to try to take down the remaining members of Dark Mode, with Derpy going down. Now the rally coming in from Kashir to try to stabilize the defensive hold for Dark Mode at the moment, but it doesn't seem to be working as the Transcendence forced out from Danny there. They are going to keep Coco alive for the moment though, so they still have an opportunity, but the Shatter dropping down 4 should just allow Redbird to capture point number 2.
Yeah, and again, with the amount of time bank that Redbirds are going to be looking at, they're wanting to put this in a situation where they can either win or draw. So they have to have over 2 minutes on the clock. With the time bank they're going to have to play this point extremely well to be able to do that, because you get the minute and a half. So basically, you got to pretty much win these fights continuously.
Yeah, you really do. You really do indeed. We'll see how it works for them now. But, hey, there is still definitely time to complete with time on the board. Well, maybe not with losing Kuffa that early on. It's just going to allow Dark Mode a quick contest onto the point as the rest of Redbird have to regroup.
Yeah, couldn't agree with you more. That pretty much seals the deal for Dark Mode. They will get another attempt at this attack, but they're looking for blood. They're looking to win this map, stop Redbirds from completing. So the deed is not done for them, but that's one, side check mark they got checked off.
Yeah, as the rally is going to come in, Shatter is going to come out. It's not going to find anyone, though, as Kashir falling out. Now the Transcendence coming in from Style, trying to hold on for the moment as almost Matt going off the side of the map now. That's the go sign for Kuffa and Co. going into everyone remaining as Danny's going to get stunned up by the Shatter. Not going to be found out but until, well, after that stun is done and gone with. But in the end, Redbird still have 2 minutes on the board and a minute to go if they want to not allow Dark Mode to get an opportunity to attack in the overtime rounds. They're going to go in. Lethal's going to pop the grab onto the remaining members of Dark Mode. The damage is coming out, and Matt Merck's mech is taken down. There's the sound barrier coming in from Admiral. Matt Merck is gone as well. 57 seconds remaining. If they want to hold on and get an opportunity to attack, but it just does not look like it's in the cards for Dark Mode as all the cookies are crumbling, and Redbird hold on and get that map finished with a minute and 48 seconds on the board.
Yeah, as now you hit that mark if you're Redbirds, the win or draw situation, but they don't want to fool around. They don't want to give Dark Mode any kind of hope. They want to go up 2-0, ride this wave all the way to the grand finals and take their rematch against TBD, because both these teams are wanting to get to the grand finals because both of them have previously lost to TBD in the upper bracket.
Yeah, definitely. Both these teams looking for revenge, but right now, Redbird are looking a little bit more likely to get that revenge or the chance at taking on TBD, especially if they can take 1 point. 1 fight is all they need to win here, Ray.
That it is, as all the pressure is on the side of Dark Mode, but we talked about how well their point A defenses have gone. Even their first one against Redbirds went pretty well, so it is all not said and done. There's not a lot of time for Redbirds to work with. They're going to have to really hope, once again, for like an early pick. They got it onto, I believe it was Kashir in their previous point A attack. The question is, are they going to be able to find that again?
That is the question on everyone's mind, and we will see in a few short moments when both these two clash around the statue if Redbird are going to be going up 2-0, or are we going to see a draw heading into Escort? That is the question on everyone's mind, and we'll be figuring it out here and now with the plays coming in. Both these two teams looking for it, looking for the position, forcing back Dark Mode for the moment as Redbird have full control of the point. They cannot afford to get off the point now, does Dark Mode, as it's very close to the end here. There's the sound barrier coming in from Fishcake. In response, Admiral drops their own. Brava's out from Coco. Shatter comes out from Kuffa. It is going to be blocked up. Kashir is going to get stunned for the moment. Still, they have not found anything as Kashir is going to be felled out. Dirtby dropped their Shatter, but no one gets dropped down. Now the self-destruct available from Lethal, from Ariel, as there goes the grab from Lethal as well. No one's found out, but Derby's so low, gonna be found out, and that should just be it. Self-destruct from Matt Merck. It's not gonna find anyone, and Redbirds find the point. And that is going to be that. Map 2 goes the way of Redbird Esports.
Yeah, Redbirds, man, they're, again, It's unfortunate to say, but it's like just the talent of this Redbird squad. No shot at Dark Mode. When Redbirds are on it and they're on the same page and working together, it is tough for any team to try and stop that freight train that's running. And that was, I mean, Dark Mode gave them their best shot, but it just was not enough on King's Row.
It was not. It was not at all. Is now we are gonna head to a break before our map number 3 comes our way. Allows Dark Mode to reset their mentals going into this decisive map 3. Which could allow end their GOATS tournament run here and now. So stick around. You're not gonna want to miss the tournament right after this. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. It is time to head into map number 3. Could it be the deciding map of our losers finals if Redbird pulls it out here and now? Or are we headed to Assault? That is the question on everyone's mind. And well, we'll figure it out in just a moment. But first, Ray, we need to know where our battleground is taking place. We are, again, heading to the streets of Italy. We are headed to Rialto.
And keep in mind, this is the map where Dark Mode was able to take their map off of TBD. It was a dominating effort, as this is when they kind of woke up and started to turn things around. Unfortunately, they were not able to get the job done in Hanamura, but Rialto was an extremely impressive effort from them. The question is, are the Redbirds going to slam this door in their face and punch their ticket to the grand finals? Because this is a 1-3. Or, like in the previous series against TBD, will Dark Mode begin to stage their comeback in the streets of Italy?
Yeah, I mean, we will see indeed. I mean, it looked really good for dark mode in the end though, but Redbird were able to hold on to it on that in the overtime rounds and get that one tick of progress that they needed. Right now, I mean, again, it's just about minimizing their mistakes that Redbird is seemingly able to capitalize on every single time here.
Yeah, it could be, the diva took a little bit too wide of an angle looking for a pick, or sometimes we've seen dark mode can get in a situation where they get a little bit scattered when the adrenaline's going and the big fights in the mid game break out. That's just not happening on the side of Redbird. So just a couple things here there to clean up, but if dark mode can clean that up, they can compete with the best of them.
They definitely can. They definitely can. They haven't won three coach tournaments for nothing. I believe they actually are. If I'm not mistaken, I'm gonna quickly look on Wikipedia. I think they won our last goats tournament. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. They are our current defending champions, but very close to being taken out of our tournament here and now if Redbird can continue their winning ways.
Only time is going to tell, as we'll be getting you guys into this matchup on Rialto shortly. As we talked about, there's always that possibility on that first point defense and attack for possibly playing that Winston. We didn't see it in that match against TBD, but we did see it in the grand finals of EU. So we're going to have to see what the teams are going to elect to go with here. But I mean, Derpy and Kuffa, not that Kuffa doesn't play Winston. He's a great Winston player, but they love their Reinhardt.
Yeah, again, I wouldn't expect the Reinhardt or the Winston to come out. I mean, again, it could be used. It's just, again, I think, if I'm not mistaken, Winston is a little bit less powerful in this patch, just the way things worked, or in this, oh my god, workshop code. Yeah, the workshop code, just the way things worked. So, I mean, it still works. It's just not as good as a Reinhardt, I believe, is what I was remembering Headrammer say in the Twitch chat earlier during the EU finals. That's pretty much why we're seeing Reinhardt dominated maps most often.
Oh, 100%. As I agree, especially on a map like Rialto. Yes, that high ground's important, but when you're on that low ground in a goat situation and you're just able to fight on those corners, it's also very powerful position, especially defensively on those red and blue corners on that first point. So it's a lot on the prowess of the attack to find some kind of, interesting angle to attack from. Like Diva can, attack from the high ground if needed, or if the defenders are going to even try and hold that high ground. We saw that previously where it gives them the ability to drop down onto the team. The only issue you face there is if you all do not drop at the same time, you're going to get picked off. Yeah,
you've got the main thing with obviously goats, and the main thing why if you lose that Lucio first in those fights, you can't move as well as a unit, and that is the huge thing with goats. Obviously, you need to stick together. You need to move off or as a unit and move together and take fights as a team, and that's kind of what we're missing in today's Overwatch. Teamwork, I will say, hear it now. If anyone from Blizzard is watching, at least bring back a 6v6 mode in arcade. Come on, you can do it. If we could do it in a workshop mode, you can do it in the actual game.
Couldn't agree more with that sentiment. Just kind of waiting on the player ready still. As soon as we get those, we'll be going straight live into the game, and that's going to be right now. For the side of Redbirds, it looks like they have elected once again to play that defense. We saw it not work out for the side of TVD, but yeah, you never know.
We're actually going to see the Winston.
Maybe.
No,
No.
it is. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
it is. Okay. Okay. I thought they were still in spawn. But no, they are going. They actually are, which I'm excited to see. Like I said, we saw a glimpse of it in the EU, and it's literally only for this first fight.
Oh, yeah.
For this first fight, you swap back over to the Reinhardt. But I'm excited to see how this can work with this high ground availability.
The only problem is this is kind of a gambit, I will say. You do lose ultimate percentage, so you can't. So you're definitely going to be on an uphill battle in this Rein duel whenever you have to swap off back to the Reinhardt if you are Kaffa.
The payload.
But
Yeah, as a bridge is already going to be given to dark mode, but this high ground controls the Winston's going to be thrown into this fight. But man, look at Matt just goes straight after Kuffa and he's down.
yeah, it's just a great play coming in from Dark Mode. You're going to see the swap off immediately, I would have to think, if you're a Kuffa here. As the rest of Dark Mode are going to go, well, maybe not. Ariel 2 is going to find 2 picks in the back line. Now find the DMAC onto Matt Merck as well, as Kuffa sticking with that Winston for the moment to get back to the point. Lethal is going to go down, so there's still definitely an opportunity for engagement from Dark Mode, especially with the spawns being in their favor. But Kuffa's back in this fight already, just waiting for the damage of Lethal to engage for Redbird.
Yeah, but losing Lethal, they cannot engage until they have that damage on the field, which is allowing Dark Mode to take a lot of this space. Look like they're going to go to the high ground and match and try and take the Winston off of the high ground, which I think is the smart decision to do.
Yeah, definitely, but Derpy is going to be thrown away from the remaining members of their squad now. They are going to be able to stay alive thanks to the healing pack coming in from Kashir. They're going to be able to find the swing on their Admiral. Grab's going to come out from Coco as well, and that's just going to be the cleanup coming through from Redbird as they are, sorry, from Dark Mode onto Redbird as Ariel 2 gets cleaned up there late.
As we see, I'm trying to see if Kuffa is going to like to swap. No, looks like they're going to stay. Looks like they, oh no, okay, they will swap. So they're going to have an opportunity to recontest here as Matt Merck is going to have to get out, but a lot of ultimates on the side of Dark Mode as you, oh my goodness, Admiral!
Admiral takes Matt Merck out of the equation for this fight as now they go in. Self-destruct in from Ariel 2 allows Redbird to get back onto the point and take Derpy out of the fight now, as this is just going to be a nice boop into the team as well from Admiral, trying to take out Coco, and Coco does go down in the end to a whip shot from Moan, and well, the rest of the team falls around them.
And what's insane, Joker, is Kuffa just swapped to Ryan and has already built up the Shatter. So, absolutely ridiculous plays. And now Redbirds put themselves in a really good position because they'll have Shatter. You got that grab coming online in Dark Mode. Committed a lot to try and get that across the finish line, you know, respectfully so. Matt Merck, however, we talked about time and time how he's been great at setting up plays with his Diva Bomb. Has that available to him for this next fight.
Yeah, but nothing to really combo with it until Coco gets that grab up here. That's gonna be something they look for, as there's a grab coming out as well as the Shatter, and Derpy is not going to stay alive for much longer. Now the rest of Redbird are gonna be able to clean up Dark Mode.
1 minute left on the clock for Dark Mode, but this is their fight. They're going to have a lot of ultimates to be able to commit into this fight, and if they don't win this fight, it's going to be looking extremely rough. However, if Redbirds can play this correctly with all 3 of these support ultimates, they have a chance to be able to sustain, and Kuffa could build up to that Shatter just in time, and they'll be able to punch back.
Yeah, not only that, Lethal has shown they can build up ground very, very quickly. So this is definitely a winnable fight for Redbird in the long run. They've got to just sustain through the damage that's going to come through from Dark Mode here, as the grab is out as well as the rallies coming through. They pin in onto someone, but they don't seem to get the kill, as there's the all the support ultimates out from Redbird. Shatter coming in from Kuffa, dropping down 3, and there goes Fish Cake out of the fight. There's Stuck, not gonna find anything lethal. Very close to a grab of their own, and no one anywhere near a support ultimate. There's gonna be the shatter coming through. Kuffa's gonna go down as well as Ariel 2 and Mamon, but they're still alive, but Derpy might have held on and gotten their win thanks to the shatter coming out. They can still stabilize. Grab's gonna come out from Coco to try to win them this fight. Admiral's taken down, but it's still being traded out. Ariel 2's mech is no longer there, but the respawns are coming back from Redbird. Kuffa back on the fight, trying to build up to a shatter to hold on. The rally coming in from Mamone, and this DMAC onto Matt Merck might have helped them solidify their poor position on the point. Derpy very low, Kuffa very close to the shatter. Can they build it up in time and use it to a good way? Very close, anyone's game. Ariel 2 has the self-destruct, gonna be investing in. No, not yet. There it's gonna go right on the point. The shatter comes out, and it's gonna connect on to Danny, who made the swap over to the Moira. There's the grab from Coco, but it's just not going to be enough. Redbird keep on finding picks in this fight. They do get dropped down. The shatter comes out, and Matt Merck finds 3. They might have just been able to hold on. Derpy and Matt Merck at the 11th hour, but there's still people left on point for Redbird, and it's only the Lucio remaining on point of Fish Cake, and they go down. The overtime bar ticks away. Redbird are able to hold on point number 1, setting themselves up for their trip to the grand finals.
Yeah, they are 4 minutes away from punching their ticket. It could be sooner if they get this point capped off quickly enough. But we saw in the match against TBD that Dark Mode had an impressive point A defense. They almost got, I think they got TBD to like the last 30 seconds. So it is not a given. And Rialto has had its fair shares of first point holds. It's one of the maps that's known for first point holds. So if you're Redbirds, you cannot afford to relax yet. Your ticket has not been punched yet.
Yeah, you've got to definitely keep your feet on the pedal if you are Redbird right now. You cannot afford to get relax at all here. If they do, Dark Mode will take advantage of it. But we shall see here, Ray. This is very close to seeing a rematch between TBD and Redbird Esports in the grand finals, but there's still about 95 meters between them and, well, finishing this series off. As Ray, again, his internet is being weird. So, you are stuck with me for the moment, and now, oh, he's back. Maybe, perhaps, question mark. We'll see in a few short moments, but we also shall see who takes this map here and now. The fight is already started, trying to force people away from a high ground. As Fish Cake went in for a boop on the Kuffa, but was only finding the side of the wall. As the Reinhardts are dueling underneath this passageway. Kuffa and Derpy going swing for swing, blow for blow, but Derpy's very low. There's no armor packs to heal him. That fight has done and gone. They need to now just die or get out if you are Dark Mode. As, no, Ray's still not back, so we will continue this fight, continue me talking over everything here. So this is looking really good, though, for Redbird. Dark Mode has one saving grace. They've got the sound barrier available. Danny needs to build up to this Transcendence as well, or this is just going to really just be Redbird all finishing it out here. As this is breaking out on the fight. There's the rally out from Mamon. Shatter comes through from Kuffa. There's the Transcendence built up by Danny in time, but now the grab comes out from Coco. Transcendence from Skyle is not going to be going out here. Still just waiting it out. Still trying to figure it out who can find the fight. The stun comes through onto Derpy's shield, takes him out, and that probably just does it. Ariel 2 coming in clutch. 4 kills for the diva of Redbird Esports as they walk it home. Redbird Esports take the map and the series in a 3-0 fashion. Yeah, as now we see the play of the game that comes through as the yeah, that was just a nice play. I think that was the end as Ray is no longer with us here. So, I mean, that's just a great stuff coming in from Aero 2 and Redbird Esports as a whole there. And is it? We are gonna be going to a break though. I mean, you'll get to see more of Redbird Esports in a few short moments with two different casters. We'll be sending it over to Chef Billy and Bullskunk to bring you the grand finals between TBD and Redbird Esports. But again, huge shout out to Dark Mode. Very, very good stuff. But in the end, they ran into a brick wall, which was Redbird Esports and, well, obviously TBD as well. So this is definitely going to be a huge grand finals matchup that you're not going to want to miss. And we've got two GOATs coming with it live on the mic.
Yeah, can't wait to see the conclusion of that. Sorry about that, guys. Technical difficulties once again, but the show must go on. Billy and Bullskunk, incredible casters in CGL where they first got started, coming back once again. So make sure to tune in as this is going to be an incredible series. The last series between them went to the wire, went 2-1 between Redbirds and TBD. Now they get a full up to, you know, as many maps it's going to take, but 7 at least. So make sure to tune in. As for that, that's going to be it for me and Joker on the mic today. It's been a pleasure casting this tournament, and we'll see you guys in a future CGL event.
Peace.
Stay tuned for the break.
Carpe diem. Carpe diem.
Got lots of love. Love. 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 Got lots of love. Love.
Don't say you're on the road to the other side, my love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose.
Welcome back, friends. We appreciate your patience through a bit of an extended break. We are here for the conclusion of our NA GOATS tournament brought to you by CGL. My name is Jeff. I'm here with the one and only king of the kitchen, Chef Billy, here to guide you through our grand finals match, a first of four matchup for the crown between TBD and Redbirds.
I mean, what a road to get here, right, Jeff? You and I were watching in chat. I was casting yesterday, casted some last weekend as well, and it has been a journey. I want to throw it out there before we get into the bracket and everything else. Console really did show up for this tournament, didn't they? And really put on a fantastic showing for those of us that started in console or are still playing on console. For some of us, but not me. I don't play on console anymore. I play on PC primarily now, but still, what a performance! MME, Oblivion, two of the top ones out top of my head. Lots more representation.
I mean, Crazy 88s.
Crazy 88s
got fourth place here in NA. They had to go up against Redbirds there in the lower bracket. But we're talking about, we're casting Crazy 88s back when we got started in early 2020, back in season 7 of CGL, the multi-tier tournament. So, to see these teams rise up and compete with some of the best in the world has been amazing. Speaking of that bracket, on your screen at the moment here, of course, we are all the way on the far right-hand side, where TBD waits another opponent that able to best both Redbirds and Dark Mode here in these previous couple of rounds.
You know, you and I were talking about it. You were doing kind of a preview schedule, kind of looking at the teams, and we thought 4+4 was going to be one of those teams, Shark Candy's teams, that was going to make it really far to the ends. But I tell you what, Crazy 88s, Redbird Esports, just looking at how they came through here, really surprising results here from the console team here in NA especially. But, in the end, once we figured out who TBD was, we were very confident that they were going to be one of those teams. Dark Mode, of course, having won it before, was a standby as well. And then Redbird Esports. This is now their varsity roster, and I even said it on camera. It's like, there's no way this is their varsity squad. Well, guess what? It absolutely is. But we're going to take a look at those rosters, and we're going to start off with Team TBD. And somebody that you and I have casted many times before, quite a few of those, to be quite honest. Infected, Zera Clear, Landon, CJ, and Magic 8-Ball. And the big thing right now is that Tree is not in the lineup here for Team TBD.
Yeah, I don't know if it's just some other obligation, how long it's going to last, if this is just for a map. But yeah, the Prodigy himself has been playing Zarya to an incredibly high level. What a treat getting to see a Tree Zarya. But not here, absent, notably, for the grand finals for TBD. So we'll see if they still have that same level of punching power, when they took Redbirds out in our winner's bracket semifinals. Redbirds might be smelling some blood in the water here, Billy.
Well, I just got some news in from the wonderful Alex, a.k.a. Head Rammer, that Tree had to leave because Winthrop went out for a team dinner, so had to dip out of the grand finals to go do team things. Well, I understand it.
Fair enough.
I respect it, too. Building that team synergy for the collegiate season coming up. Redbird Esports aren't going to have that problem. Kuffa, Ariel 2, who, by the way, won a championship earlier today in EU, Lethal, W, Maimon, Skyle, and Admirable. Admiral is very admirable indeed. XL talent there, but I mean, there's a lot of World Cup representation on this team. I hit on that yesterday. I mean, Australia, Turkey, Great Britain, really represented here very well by Kuffa, Lethal, and Maimon, respectively, and of course the Spitfire Admirable will be the most. I think will be one of the biggest looks here. We saw a couple of multi-boops into the pit of hell earlier, so Admiral doing Admiral things, and you know what, very admirable at it.
I mean, you know, bringing some of that Overwatch League experience into our GOATS tournament. And there's no shortage of talents here on this Redbirds roster, which they had to, I mean, seek far and wide. I mean, it goes to speak to the strength of the North American collegiate scene in Overwatch right now. You know, speaking of Winthrop and Tree having to go, you know, deal with team obligations with that school. This is Redbird's new roster. We're going to be seeing competing throughout spring going into the collegiate season. And it's, I mean, we're now drawing players from across the world into the NA collegiate scene. So, I mean, it's becoming a very powerful thing. I'm looking forward to seeing what this new roster can do here in our grand finals. This is going to be a first to 4. Plenty of time for teams to make adjustments, go to a map of their liking. Speaking of maps, Billy, I think we got our first one in.
We do, and I mean, we will be at, well, like you said, it's a first to 4, so we're going to see out the gate control. Of course, we're going to start at Lijiang Tower, but then after that, we'll go hybrid, payload, assault, then back to control, escort, hybrid, and control again if it's needed. So we've got it all to play for here as the two teams get ready to square off here in your grand final match. $1,000 on the line for one of these two teams to take home, you know, get some snacks money, you know, go out and buy a steak, have some. Hey, food.
I mean, not to mention some pretty good bragging rights. I mean, yep. You know, this is the quintessential Brawl composition, and this match right here will determine who has the best Bastille in Brawl, who are the king of GOATs. I think the bragging rights are worth almost more than the cash prize.
I think you're right. And I mean, you know, especially, you know, considering how much Brawl has been around here in the Overwatch League, and, you know, and contenders as well. Landon is going to have the wonderful time of being able to keep up a Reinhardt that's very, very aggressive, having played with Hottie all season with the Spitfire. So, I mean, there's a Spitfire rivalry going on here as well.
There is a bit, isn't there? Landon versus their teammate Admiral. Lethal finds first blood is infected, hits the dirt with a quickness, and it's an early advantage and a big one at that here for the Birds as they manage to clean up in a very fast first fight.
Indeed, and I mean, that's exactly what they need to do, and Ariel's going to go ahead and reset the mech back in spawn and get themselves back into the fight. So, I mean, there's actually an opportunity right now for Infected to get onto the point because you are missing that damage mitigation. They're going to rotate around to White Room, and I don't hate this. I don't hate this at all. You know, give the Redbirds a different look.
I put a lot of pressure onto the Shield of Infected before they're able to get to the objective. That management will be key pushing through here. Don't want to eat too many Zenyatta orbs down that long hallway. It looks like TVD manages to make it onto the objective in one piece. And this Brawl going to break out around the center pillar. Bit of a dance, couple of ults online here for the Birds, and it's going to be the Graviton Surge thrown into the mix first. Sound barrier is there for TBD. So far, no fatalities, but Infected, yeah, does not get the benefits of the sound barrier. Goes down as Kuffa gets them with the pin, follows up with a big shatter in, finding at least 3 with that. CJ Transcendence able to keep the rest of the 5 alive, and TBD are still fighting this out. Unfortunately, they lose their Graviton Surge to the defense matrix of Aerial, and now Landon falls. So TBD just now stumbling through here in this second fight.
Aerial is turning out to be the diva of the tournament across both sides, has been absolutely hungry for those tasty Graviton Surges. I think that's now for my Aerial 2 counter. I think it's 12 across the 2 brackets. So has been absolutely on fire as far as denying that ultimate. And, well, you know what? Continuing on, Lethal has another Graviton Surge just about ready to go. And they've got 2 support ultimates as well.
Last opportunity for TBD here in our first round of the grand finals. Making way out of the point. Infected looking for a place to drop the Shatterbrick. Gets held up in the Graviton Surge of Lethal. Very proactive ultimates coming in. Comboed with the self-destruct in 3-4. Hit the ground. Redbirds make a very fast just work of TBD on this one. It has been nearly flawless. The only death has been that aerial reset.
Yeah, I mean, they've got the positioning down. They've copied all the rotations perfectly. They're going to go aggressive with the sound barrier from Magic Maple.
It's still not enough. They're not quite fast enough to get to the point. Ariel does a good job of just kind of getting in the way, being a speed bump, using the environmental boop of the thrusters, just kind of keep everybody back, and Lucio can get to the point.
Love it, as we head to Night Market now. Oh, it's all going to be about positioning. Who's going to be able to control the dojo first and be able to accept the aggression coming in. Admiral has really been using the amp speed to get the team around and catch rotations really before they're thought out completely. And you've seen Infected kind of get a little bit overzealous with the charge. Maybe watch the little short range pins there from Infected. That might be an area where Redbirds seem to be capitalizing on.
Afu and Redbirds rotate around coast side. EBD's go right at the middle. Admiral gets booped off. Magic Maple makes a huge play to speed in and gets that read. Admiral is able to keep, at least stay alive, but they're not in the fight. And it ends up just being a 6v4 in TBD's favor because of an incredible ambush. Great heads up play.
Yeah, Lethal, just jump off the side, bud. Just jump off the side. It's already done. And I talked about getting first control. Well, TBD on the back of a seriously well-coordinated speed boost onto the point. You know what? You catch Zera. I mean, Zera catches out Skyle with the boop. And, I mean, Steadfast is gone here. Remember that. So, I mean, these boops definitely do move you. If you're too close to the edge, you're going bye-bye.
They have the power to move you, for sure. I have been moved so many times in so many ways this weekend. Infected is getting pushed back and it's just going to get moved to the floor. Good shatter comes through. Mateball manages to get that sound barrier up, but Clear still does not survive. And TBD are lacking punching power here as they try to fend off Redbirds who drop a sound barrier of their own. Moving in, nice shield bash onto Infected. And they're just backing up. Oh, Discord now held in place by Lethal's Graviton Surge, not able to get around the corner.
Lovely, lovely engagement there. I mean, you saw them being able to push in on the back of the initial Kuffa. Shatter already 81% towards the next one. They flipped the point to 45%, and now it's all exit kills from here. What an evil stagger onto Zera. Poor Zera.
Yeah, that one's gonna hurt. Our tiebreaks could be close to equivalent by the time TBD makes it to the objective.
I'm really liking what I'm seeing coming out from Will here on the Brigitte, playing a little bit back from Kuffa and understanding that the quarters and that shield bash being able to really deal some serious damage and space control from Infected. That's what I'm looking at right now to see if they can continue on that.
I mean, I'm thinking the exact same thing, and from traditionally a DPS player, right? Now self-destruct and Transcendence thrown in to fend off against Clear's Graviton, against Lethal's Graviton Surge. Redbirds have lost 2 on the approach. Kuffa still decides to invest the Shatter into this, and the Transcendence comes out from the other direction. With the sound barrier as well, TBD have more than enough health to win out that fight.
Yeah, but I mean, it will flip here right about the same percentage. So, I mean, you know, tit for tat here. Gathering as much percentage as you can. Now, looking ultimate-wise, Landon's going to be leading the way with their rally, so that's going to be a lot of extra over-armor coming into this choke point. Kuffa, you know, I might have held on to that Shadow, thought they could turn the fight around, but you know what? Will's going to have one of their own, so the Welshman ready to go. Rally versus rally against the London Spitfires Landon.
Landon, one of the best main supports in the business as far as I'm concerned. Gonna pop that rally immediately, and Will follow with one of their own. Everybody's got some armor. Lethal with the Graviton Surge. Ooh, the self-destruct used. Basically on cooldown, a lot of pressure was onto Ariel, and Lethal throws in that grab, and the bomb finds 2 inside of it. Beautifully done. The shield is just decimated.
Landon
turning this around? No way.
Landon.
We're talking about one of the best main supports in the business. Look at him go. Holy cow.
Absolutely
and winning
bloodthirsty.
And winning a 4v6 at GOATS is so much harder than winning like a 3v5 in traditional Overwatch 2 right now. It is so difficult to overcome that.
I mean, playing behind Infected Shield, you know, you had Zera's defense matrix up there as well. You were able to go in there and just shield bash flail and do everything that you can. The whip shot, everything was working for Landon there. They knew that they had that the efficiency there. Here's the initial shatter that turned the point here in the favor of Redbird Esports, but I mean, still, look, the disengage was still really good coming from them. The Skyle has been a marksman with the orb so far this weekend. Got a really good look at them yesterday up against TBD, which they ended up losing. I think that they've got something up their sleeve here. Control Center, though, this is the creme de la creme of the brawl maps here in Lijiang Tower, and we'll see now. Kuffa versus Infected. That's going to be my point of focus.
What an honorable battleground to host this final duel on Lijiang Tower. BD is swinging for map control here in the all-important right room, but Landon eats a pin. Kuffa does fall shortly thereafter, though, so you take that trade if you're TBD. You now have the Reinhardt advantage. Magic Mayball doesn't need it, wins out the duel. Redbird's looking a little broken here on their first attack at Control Center.
They do, and I mean, the fact that you allow Ariel to get back into your mech, you know, you might have a chance for a little bit of a side push, you know, maybe putting a little pressure on the back line and not allow Kuffa or allow Infect just to beam away and swing with impunity. You're going to have to turn that eye level.
Kuffa moving on to the objective. Lethal staying back to provide cover. Nice bubble there. Protect against the pin. Transcendence out from TBD. They try to push forward. Really like to get a kill on the back of this. Graviton Surge in from Lethal as the Transcendence phase. Magic Mabel and Landon both get melted in the back, despite the shatter coming down from Infected. And with that support system gone, the sustain notably lacking. This point will flip for Redbirds.
Yep, 29% is all that TBD is able to get there. So, I mean, this is to rule the whole of the control map here. And a late little kill there from Zera, or onto Zera, will give a little bit more charge over to Mamone. So, I mean, you're looking right now, the self-destruct available, maybe to counter out this Graviton Surge.
Almost has to hold on to the sound barrier through that Graviton Surge. Just using the Transcendence, as Infected and Kuffa are going to go have a bit of a play date down in the streets. Meanwhile, Ariel launched a self-destruct that destroyed some people.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great counter to the Graviton Surge there, especially in the choke point there. You're able to just, you know, kind of locked everybody down, and they had nowhere to go, so Rally comes out from Landon.
Emerald does still have this sound barrier. Could be a big difference. The sound with the Graviton Surge already used, and it's going to come out early alongside Graviton Surge from Lethal. Lethal immediately gets a pick on the back of that, while Kuffa shatters 3 on the left-hand side. Nice divide and conquer from Lethal and Kuffa, and each managed to handle their section beautifully.
That is divide and conquer at its very best, and now, you know, the exit kills are going to come through. There's a bubble out there. It's still very high charged clear. Zera's going to lose the mech, so now I think that you pull back here. Yep, exactly what they're doing. They're going to give up this choke point a little bit and see what you can get done here as we cross the 65% mark. You're going to have 2 of the support ultimates ready to go here for Redbird Esports. I mean, look at Clear, though. Clear has actually lapped Lethal in the Graviton Surge department, and CJ has the Transcendence online.
And it was so important that Clear was able to stay alive through that disengage. Now coming back in, they've built up towards that grab, and they're going to need it here in this fight. 85% for Redbirds. As that's a lot of people just running into each other. There's 2 counter pits going on. They're rallying out from Amon with a Transcendence from TBD. Lethal's grab takes Zera down. Clears did not get the same effigy, and, well, with Amon falling, TBD still have some hope in this fight. Sound barrier's fading, and they're out of ultimates. They're going to have to do it in the neutral. Reinhardt v. Reinhardt is Infected will win that one out, and TBD get this point back.
God, I mean, Infected there puts a notch on the rocket hammer for that one. That was a beautiful brawl there, and I mean, what a smart self-destruct coming in from Zera. So now, I mean, once again, Landon has been building up these rallies basically 1 per fight, so you're going to have that to stop the aggression coming in from Redbirds, and I mean, Kuffa, Shatter online once again. Look for him to get aggressive, maybe go do a little short-range pin, get behind the shielding, then let loose with it.
We're going directly to the point. Kind of circumventing TBD a little bit. TBD rotate to match. Kuffa looking for that opening. It's going to be Clear. Drop in the ultimate first. Graviton Surge to the middle of the point. Zera going in behind the back of the shield. Kuffa drops the shatter, picks up 2, but sacrifices themselves for it. The kills are not there on the back of it either. Infected finds a kill on the Admiral, and, well, CJ is the only victim there. TBD with a nearly flawless fight. They'll send Magic Mayball back to the taxi.
Yep, and I mean now you're gonna have the Wombo combo though for Redbird Esports. You're gonna have the Graviton Surge bomb combo plus a Transcendence to hold the line and let Kuffa really get aggressive in the middle of it.
A sharp eye on Infected, and if they're able to shield up this bomb, otherwise it just could be the end of map 1. Bob's into the back. Infected got the shield up in time. Aerial can't get back in mech, and TBD have an advantage. Now they're gonna push forward with the sound barrier. Their self-destruct finds Lethal, perfectly placed right on Lethal's dome. TBD, they survive the combo, shielded beautifully, and swing this one around. They will take map 1 away from Redbirds.
I mean, order of operations be damned, Jeff. This is all about instincts and having that mechanical prowess to be able to get yourself into position and understand where the bomb is coming from. CJ putting up a hell of a performance on their own Zenyatta. The Transcendencies were absolutely perfect, as we see right here.
I think the placement of that grab is kind of what messed up Redbirds. It's Lethal, you drop it on the pillar. A lot of the times the Transcendence then can't heal the entire group. It kind of gets LOS'd a little bit, and you can find somebody vulnerable to pick off the Transcendence. But when trying to pair it with the self-destruct, I think they would have been better suited to just throw the grab out in the open. Give yourself an opportunity to bash the Reinhardt, or get a pin on the Reinhardt through the grab, keep them out of there, find some kills with the self-destruct. Worth it right here in the middle on that pillar. They're not able to do that. In fact, they're able to keep that shield up, and what a beautiful kill from Clear to find Aerial, not let them get back in that.
I mean, it was so good. I mean, it was back and forth. I mean, this is exactly what we were expecting, my friend. Basically 100 to 99 on all 3 maps. So, I mean, this is going to be a knockdown, drag 'em out grand finals. You do see them go up 1-0 though here, and I mean, TBD's got 3 more maps to win before that eventuality happens. So now it's going to be Redbird Esports map pick, and it's going to be hybrid coming up next. I assume that we're going to be going to Kings Row. I think that Kuffa has something a little to prove. Maybe taking the youngster Infected to the Woodshed might be up the alley. I'm really interested in this Maimone Landon kind of.
I know.
Briggs
kind of fly under the radar in these GOATS matchups. We don't really talk about them a lot, but they provide so much value. There's so much just behind the scenes stuff that is so important as far as the timing of your packs, rally, and the timing of rally and when you're using that, how fast you're building up a rally, are you keeping that inspire up, and then more importantly, stuff like you're using your whip shots to really disrupt, using your shield bash, which has the stun all the time here, to really disrupt and set up plays. The break can do so much, and as we were talking about, will the traditional DPS player versus Landon, who is a hard and fast, I mean, just breathe main support. It's one of the smartest players in Overwatch. It has been an incredible matchup between those two.
Love it. I absolutely love it. And, it'll continue on as we were waiting for that map pick to come in. A reminder to everybody, get in right now. If you have not decided what you're doing with your 2024 spring and early summer, sign up for the 13th season of MTT, the multi-tier tournament here in CGL. There is a prize pool. There is a match every single week. There will be casting throughout the season as well as into the playoffs. And then, like I said, there is a cash prize at the end of the season, with everything up in the air right now. Why not come here and have fun with Jeff and I and the rest of the broadcast staff? Because you know what? We are leveled up. We are having a wonderful time. And we would love to cast you guys everything from gold all the way up to the top 500. We will see you in game later on.
Yeah, and I'm glad you bring up that point, just because I think no matter the rank, it's important for everybody to have a place to compete, and so you don't have to be these Overwatch League level players to come compete and have a good time and level up your game and meet some good teammates and stuff. So it doesn't matter if you're just a gold pleb like myself, you can still come in and compete in CGL. So I think that's just it's a fun time, always a fun time.
I tell everybody it's how I got my start. It's how I started competing here in the CGL, and then I moved on to streaming because I'm washed. It's okay. I finally admit it. I'm washed.
Well, and I mean, and CGL started just as a exclusively console, tournament platform, and it has now expanded. Yeah, exactly. And then it's now expanded. I mean, look at this. And now we've got these, top tier, the best players in the world competing in this CGL GOATS tournament. And I mean, with one noticeably missing, but even with the Prodigy's absence, Billy, TBD's still able to come out on top.
They are nobody to be trifled with. And I tell you what, Redbird Esports, this is kind of, we talked about this on our podcast back in the day. We talked about that collegiate, depending on what happened with the Overwatch League, collegiate could become the genesis of what tier 2 and what higher level play became. We said that like a year and a half ago. I remember it very clearly. Here we are. This is what our new game is looking like. And well, I tell you what, these two teams, they're bringing it. The colleges are shelling out the scholarships and the opportunities for these players. So, I mean, why not? Why not bring it to this level? And I mean, we're all the benefactors for it. We all get to see it. We get to bring you the stories of these players that we have casted for years across the the tier 2 scene and the collegiate scene. So this is fantastic. The map pick is in though, Jeff, and well, there are no surprises.
I mean, we weren't just, talking to hear our own voices here. TBD could not decide whether they wanted to go or King's Row or not. After very long discussions, I think they sent message by carrier pigeon or something. But apparently word finally came in. We are indeed heading to King's Row.
Well, I think that Infected needs to watch a 6 here because I think Cuff is a little bit pissed off after that. After Control Center especially, Infected really getting the better of positioning, really moving and being the tip of that spear that you need here in the GOATS composition. Had a couple of wonky pins. The one pin that took Cuff off the side, I'm fully about that. Even though they ended up losing that fight altogether, it still kind of sent a message to Kuffa that you're not just going to be able to stand here and hold court over me. I'm going to be fighting against you. And I tell you what, let's go. Lethal, yes, just shoot the grab. He won't turn around.
Right. Ariel is a master of that. Ariel is really smart at their setups, not disguising their DM usage and making you feel like you've got an opening to use Grav when there's really not an opening there whatsoever. I remember seeing a play on this map, I believe it was, where they hid behind the bus and grabbed off the right-hand side. It was just brilliant stuff. Very smart play, and it's what makes it so difficult on the Zaryas. Yeah, it might look easy, but it's just Ariel's big brain.
Zero, if you have 4 360s in 1 second, I don't know how you're playing this game unless you were somehow in the Matrix. TBD is going to be out on the offense here, so they're going to set the tone here for this hybrid match. Redbird Esports, though, they've got something to prove here. They've kind of had a problem here on King's Row. They've had a couple of slow starts, but maybe not so far. Skyle does go down.
Yeah, I mean, the panel's actually pretty big. Redbird Esports probably have to taxi them back, send Lucio back. We'll see if TBD can make an opening out of this.
I mean, looking at how low Zero went, I'm surprised. They did not confirm that kill. I guess the beam just didn't go far enough. But watch CJ here on the Zenyatta. I want to kind of pick out the Zenyatas here because Skyle versus CJ is going to be another little micro battle that we're looking at. Who's going to be able to keep the Discord in the right spot? Who's going to be able to get those volleys in?
They're throwing the Discord on to 0-0 immediately, gets melted. Ariel's going to throw in a self-destruct from the back. And TBD, they're actually going to go in and respond. They're going to push forward. Despite Zero being in pilot form, they managed to claim quite a bit of space. But Lethal responds. Good counter punch. This grab picks up too. CJ does have the Transcendence in the pocket. Oh, the Shatter comes down as the shields are fading from Admiral Sound Barrier. And Infected just put everybody at spawn.
Well, okay. Battle 1 to Infected. Hello. That Shatter was everything you needed, and I appreciate what Lethal was trying to do. They're trying to bait out some of the cooldowns, some of the ultimates out of TBD. They do that, but what they didn't expect was Infected to land a fatty and gets it done. Now Zero has this self-destruct ready to go and a sound barrier at their back.
Remember, cannot say the same, at least for the sound barrier. TBD are playing this a little slow. I'm not sure if they're looking to build for the rest of their Transcendence, But they're playing a little scared here. They're going to throw in the self-destruct. Mammon is all over it, though. Mammon goes down, trying to chase Zero in pilot form. Magic made one with a brilliant peel, but Cuffle drops the big slam right down Main Street. Abducts Landon all the way down, but here comes Infected right on their heels. Anything you can do, I can do better. As Infected finds a pair. Redbird Esports are just, they're dashing for the wins. Cuffle can't even make it out.
Nope, I mean, there was that transcendence that keeps everything rolling. CJ holding it for the very perfect second. But, I mean, they've got some issues to be running into right now. They've got this wombo combo ready to go from Redbird Esports. They're also looking at a transcendence to fight against their own Graviton Surge. So, I mean, watch for Mayfall here. They go early with a rally.
Pressing all the way in past the checkpoint, try to cleanse the space. Lethal throws the Graviton Surge on the left-hand side, but still Skyle's able to get in there with Transcendence. Admiral is not lucky enough to survive, and TBD managed to push this thing almost all the way in. A couple of kills, and it feels inevitable at this point. Redbird, yeah, will not invest any more of their ults. That's 2 on the board.
I mean, Jeff, this is like the coming out party here for Infected. Infected, we watched for a couple years. And it's absolutely growing up before our eyes, figuratively and literally, and is absolutely putting on a clinic how to play Reinhardt in this Goats matchup. And I mean, look at this. Zero's going to have high ground control. They've got the self-destruct to put themselves back into the mech. They've got another Transcendence at their back. 4:19 as we round the second corner.
Tons of time. Very early here from Redbirds. I'm not quite sure what prompted that. They're not really getting a whole lot of value out of it. Clear and Zera have a combo that could make him regret it. Here comes the self-destruct in from Ariel actually to start things off. TBD does eventually throw in their Graviton Surge. They're not going to combo the self-destruct. Don't need it to take Mamona out of the fight. Kuffa is going to fall as well. Admiral just gets absolutely clustered, surrounded by TBD.
I mean, this could be a plus 3 minute time bank here. Looking at Zera and Infected right now. Infected has landed massive shatter after massive shatter. You've got the rally at your back.
Sound barrier in as well here from TBD. It's a lot of sustain as they look to just hold this door. Redbirds pop a rally of their own, but they still lose Admiral, trying to muscle their way back to the cart. Cuff is able to block a shatter, but can't land one of their own, and the brig falls. Transcendence is up here from Skyle, but it's still a 4v6. Make that a 3v6 for the defense of Redbirds. TBD will cap with lots of time.
3:11, wonderful band, by the way. That's their time on the bank. And I mean, this was
yellow is the color of their energy, Billy.
It's correct. It's correct.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just had to throw in the 311 reference there.
No, I love it. And I mean, this is all about aggression and really the weighing and the aggression of using these ultimates. Kuffa landed a couple fat shatters. I mean, that's a 4-man, but I mean, still, the fact that they had Transcendence online, they were willing to invest that rather than hold it for a Graviton Surge. And I think that's the big difference right now is that TBD is using these ultimates in non-traditional Goats ways. Like you would always say, oh, you got to hold Transcendence for the Graviton Surge because you think that the bomb's going to come with it. Well, TBD just says, you know what? We're going to play this a lot looser, a lot faster, and we're going to invest it if we need it. If we need that extra sustain, we can go ahead and pop it out there. I have full faith in my team to be able to clean up on the back of it, and I can generate another one just as fast. So TBD, TBH is really aggressive, using their ultimates basically on cooldown.
It makes them very unpredictable too. When you kind of break the flowchart, I mean, that was flowchart Overwatch was created around Goats. That's where the term comes from, with just kind of the order of operations that we'd see ultimates used. And when TBD start breaking that order, when they're not using their ultimates in the way that you expect, man, it can really throw off your opponent.
I mean, I think that's what's happened to Redbird in their previous games, and it's happening again. So, I mean, I think they might need to take a page out of their own book. I mean, look at Skyle, though, landing a big volley to start things off.
Birds trying to fight around the swing wide around statue. Send Ariel in for a little disruption, but Kuffa just doesn't survive the front line. TBD's focus fire is too good. Look at all the assists backing that up. All 3 supports from TBD getting in on that kill and Kuffa.
I mean, look at CJ pushing forward. Once they see the cup is gone, they know that the big rectangle man is no longer a problem. and they can just go ahead and push in with impunity. So, I mean, that's a big pick, though. Magic 8 Ball being lost and a grab out early.
Yeah, TBD is trying to make up the difference using ultimates. They managed to get a kill on the lethal doing so. And the infected pinned Kuffa way back towards the point as well.
Yeah, pull him into your area and don't have to worry about the dangers coming out. I think that they need there's two-prong attack that they need to take here. They need to take CJ out to get that Discord orb off the line. They've also got to make sure that they're not feeding so much into Clear, because Clear has been absolutely generating these grabs and high charge so fast.
But Clear's playing fantastic. I mean, filling for Tree is some big shoes to fill, no doubt. But look at this. Clear's managed to melt two, has Mamone in their sights, and it was just a great off angle. I haven't been playing the off angle the entire time. Will get that kill onto Will. But there, had the wherewithal to just take a slight off angle and go pursue Skyle, and it starts this off beautifully for TBD.
They're going to have a Graviton Surge ready to go, but I mean, almost a 5-pack of Ultimates ready to go for Red Esports. This is their go sign right now. They need to get in there with about 2 minutes to get anywhere near this time bank.
Gravity using inside the statue to avoid it getting eaten up. TBD, health bars are looking a little low. Transcendence has to come out, but Clear still gets blown to smithereens. Kuffa joins them, and well, tank for tank trade here, courtesy of Self-Destructs. 5v5 on the point. We're momentarily in some version of Overwatch 2. Dumb barrier in. Keeps CJ alive through the onslaught from Ariel, who does have a self-destruct of their own. Turn their attention onto the D.Va. Discord there. Zero's in a lot of trouble. Did that dropped out of self-destruct? Not sure that they did. Zero gets punished either way, and this is going to be Redbirds grabbing point A.
Yeah, but I mean, this is exactly what they need. Now they need to be hyper-aggressive here and really close down. Yep, Clear. You got to take that high-charge Zarya off the board. So now, I mean, they still haven't captured the point, BT dubs. And, I mean, you've got, you know, your Zarya, you've got your D.Va up there. There's a chance for them to kind of sneak in and kind of trap Lethal out. Might have to invest this Graviton Surge to get themselves out.
All 6 players from TBD did get spawned up inside the subway, so they will be able to take a fight here. Lethal drops an early grab. I don't think that got anyone. I think that clips corner again. Yep. Yep. Infected's called Lethal out for that one.
I mean, why not? I would too. Big pop.
Hey, you know what? You have an opportunity for a little psychic warfare. Pile it on. Why not? See if you can make this all-star second guess themselves. But Lethal does not look phased in the slightest. In fact, wins a duel against Clear a few moments ago, and Redbirds are up in this fight. That was a block shatter from Infected. Infected's going to end up back in spawn, pinning in deep. Kuffa takes 2 big swings, sends CJ there to join him.
Yep, I mean, this is a great fight turn for them. They're going to get lots of progress, and I send Kuffa forward. I mean, yeah, make sure that you got him done. Lethal says I got another.
I have another. I told you Lethal wasn't phased.
No, not at all. I mean, this is what the DPS players usually, you know, the tracking is what you're looking for. There's the grab again. It actually picks people up this time.
Oh, looking for a wall again. I like how they put that in like it's the call. Like Lethal's in comms going, I'm gonna grab wall. Hey, I mean, there's also we go from a replay of a lethal grab into a live lethal grab. This one far more living up to the namesake. It's gonna be 2 points on the board, and that is a healthy time bank there, Billy.
I mean, this is exactly what they needed, though. I mean, they're, what, now 40 seconds difference between the two. I don't think that they're going to be able to match said time bank, but I think the Ariel can actually put something out here with the Transcendence and a bomb coming out.
Self-destruct in the back. Yeah, that was dangerous. Zero couldn't quite get around the corner. Still, Redbirds are on the front line. They are not disengaging, and bash in from Mamone, set things up for a kill and force the Transcendence out of CJ. Not ideal for TBD, but they're still able to hold the line for now. Shield breaks on Infected. They're discorded. Are they going to try to use that Shatter? May not be given an opportunity. Lethal won't let them. Third grab comes up here. The past minute and a half, we'll say. That's just a guess. Shatter in from Infected. That one did not make it through, and Redbirds continue to gain ground.
Yeah, but Kuffa going down, this might actually be the turning point here for TBD, especially with CJ and Mateball coming up on their ultimates. I mean, Admiral could kind of get a little crazy here. A little whiny-diny, little loosey-goosey with the trigger. We'll see if they actually go with it.
Looks the first time TBD is stabilized since point A. Redbird have grab to work with. Lethal, guess what, has built up another one. Guess what, threw it at a wall. Not able to get any kills on that one. That is a monstrous grab from the other side. That will require both support ults from Redbirds to stay alive through Clear's grab. TBD now dropping Transcendence of their own, are looking to get aggressive. Self-destruct, I think, was thrown in with that amidst all of the colors and lights show going on your screen. It's TBD who emerge on top once it settles.
Yeah, now we're at a sub 1 minute of the timing that TBD put up, and we've got a little bit of extra work here to do for Redbird. So, I mean, the fact that CJ had to invest that Transcendence, I think Lethal can build up another fast Graviton Searcher. Maybe the Wombo combo comes out here. Maybe Cuffit goes in with a really fat Shatter and just makes it so that you don't even have to really stabilize here for Redbirds and just push hard on top of it.
I was looking for it. Oh, I love the mental battles. Yeah, Infected strikes first. The shield is up. Still promoting an aerial fall. Might make room here. The Shatter has to be used defensively to try to fend off from the grab, but it's not enough. TBD crash like a wave into Redbird.
No, I mean, that's a beautiful counterpoint there, and Infected winning the MTD right there. And now you're looking at Zero with the self-destruct ready to go. They've got almost all three of their support ultimates as we hit sub 90 seconds. Aerial and Lethal need to make something happen here.
It is the combo. Got a cap before OT if they want a chance at an attack. Self-destruct thrown in. Do we get the grab with it? No, doesn't look like Lethal found a good spot to use the grab. Still may both get caught out. I think they were lucky to get that sound barrier off, if I'm being honest. That's a pin into the back. Landon has just been hijacked. +2 to Redbirds as they approach this cap on the final point. Oh! It was Mamone getting thrown into the pit. So now Redbirds will have to do this without their brig. They do have a Transcendence, and that was a quick little double kill there from Lethal to melt through, too. Cart inching closer, 2.6 meters away, 37 on the clock, and Admiral finds another kill. That was a good boop, but Landon keeps on solid ground, at least until Sky was able to get a hold of them. Redbird do a good enough job to at least get some time on the board. They'll get another chance in extra innings.
Well, and this is what I was talking about. Their defensive prowess has kind of been shaky here throughout the tournament. Stay close to the walls, please. From Lethal, yes, please do stay close. Because that's where Lethal likes to throw his grabs. Seriously, though.
I'm gonna start calling him Wally.
They're Graviton walls. That's not a surge anymore. It's a Graviton wall. But still, I think
wall is safe.
We're still looking at the fact that TBD is extremely aggressive in using their ultimates basically on cooldown. I think it's really rattled this Redbird and sports team.
Was that big stabilization on point C for Redbird? So like I was saying, hey, I felt like it's the first time they had stabilized when there was, it was about 3 minutes on the clock still, but that was huge. Had they not used the ults like they did, like you're talking about in that fight, and I want to say it was a clear grab that actually came out and really helped stabilize. Like they really struck first. They attacked first in that one. Clear being proactive with the ultimate, and that was a key fight. And if it wasn't for that good ult usage, they don't win that fight. We're looking at even time banks right now, Billy. But alas, Redbirds, because of that, have to face a massive disadvantage as far as time is concerned.
Well, we'll see what happens here. Infected has been winning the Reinhardt battle, clearly. I think that if you can get an early D-Mech onto Zero or take down Clear in the early mid-fight, I think that's what gets them on this point, starts to erode this time make away.
It's going to fall early, and indeed, that time make is already half gone. Everybody else has got to get out clean right now, Billy. Redbirds cannot afford to lose anyone on a disengage without Cuff being there. Fortunately, it's good pressure here from Lethal that has forced TBD back. 100 charge will do that to you.
I mean, also, we're going to go ahead and guarantee that there's not going to be a tie here, and we're waiting for the engage to come in here. I mean, CJ's going to have this Transcendence as they come in.
Ooh, Moan just gets ambushed. It was Zero came in over the top and put the majority of that damage down. Now a Transcendence and grab bomb combo from Redbirds doesn't find anything. Soundbear's running the mix and Koffler with a double kill on the pin. There's something you don't see every day, friends. And Redbirds, they dig deep and pull this one out.
I mean, now it's all about how much time can you expend here. I mean, they're going to capture the point. There it is. And those are going to be evil spawns here for TBD. It's in overtime, so that extra time is going to be on there. I mean, look at Lethal. You've got the self-destruct. You've got all. I mean, you've got two really impactful support ultimates ready to go here. And Cuffin's got a shatter. So, I mean, you know, I don't see the crackling underneath Zera's check mark. So they do not have self-destruct online. But Clear does have their Graviton Surge ready to go. But you got answers here. Every meter that this goes, it takes about 5 seconds off the clock. And there's a huge Fire Strike from Cuffa.
Magic 8 Ball is 98% to Sound Barrier. This is go side for Redbirds. How aggressive do they want to get on the back of it? They want to get this lethal grab up, I think, is what they're waiting on. It is oh so close, and they'll have all the tools they need to push this into the Foundry, Billy.
I mean, like I said, every meter is 5 seconds. So, I mean, look for this combo from the side. Clear's going to look to get this. Grab the surge in and it gets blasted!
Kafka got absolute, oh, but it's still enough. I think the shatter went through. And there's the kills piling up on the back of it, and Redbirds continue to march forward.
I think that was like like a tenth of a second away from landing the biggest shield bash of their career. As far as GOATS is concerned, this is going to be them getting 2 points. That 340 time bank is just about dissolved, Jeff.
Yeah, that advantage doesn't look like much anymore, for sure. It's been made up in distance. And just sheer tenacity here from the Birds. Now they look to march in, still with all of those tools that we talked about. Clear is going to go ahead and, once again, proactive ultimate. Transcendence and Sound Barrier in from Rivers to fend it off. No death on the back, but Zero finds two! Despite the great shatter from Kuffa, Zero might have just stopped this cart with that beautiful bomb. Now TBD finally clean up this fight, but holy cow, Redbirds are happy with that one.
I'm happy with that one. I'm happy with it. Finally, Cuffa and company get it done. And it was the fact that Lethal kept charge. Was able to poke forward, continue to right click, and right click, and right click. And Cuffa, I mean, YOLO charge, sometimes you got to do it. As a ride main, sometimes you just got to full send, and that's exactly what happened. And then this shatter comes through, and this is what buys them the second point.
Didn't you? Okay, I was so confused. It looked like I saw Infected's arms go up. I saw the hammer in the air before the shield bash, but didn't use the shatter? I'm not quite sure what exactly happened on that interaction. There's the killer bomb. There's the map-ending bomb that TBD desperately needed.
I think that Zero was waiting for that voice line. I think they were waiting for the voice line to go in. And have the bomb behind it, because once you start the animation, you can't really stop it. And they caught everybody in behind that, so that is exactly what happened there. So I mean, 340 to get a couple 8 meters into the Foundry, and they will take the 2-0 lead halfway towards the championship here.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming.
Doors open. Extra attack here for TBD. Lots of time to work with. See if they keep their mental on track after that big push from Redbirds.
Oh.
Baitball falls on the approach. They will not make it into hotel safely. It's a beautiful rotation from Redbirds. They come in and kind of punish them from behind and just make a sandwich out of TBD.
So many people from TBD are low right now. CJ's off the board. But they're still winning this fight out. How are they winning this fight out?
I'm not sure if it's quite winning it, but it's definitely doing enough damage. Okay, yeah, it is winning it. That kill on Momo should secure it. I mean, there's already even a DMAC onto Ariel. Kuffa was found out early. And Redbirds, well, they did not put the right ingredients on that sandwich, Billy.
Food puns. I mean, there actually might be a world where you go in here and, yeah, you're going to look for Ariel to touch. They got self-destruct.
Yeah, Lethal getting that kill onto Clear should open the door for you. It is returned in kind. A pair of shatters come through. TBD look to get the better end of the deal. Kuffa got quite a few with the shatter, but the follow-up not there. But here are the reinforcements. Redbirds are flying in a tight flock now. Zero putting into the mix and kind of forces the Transcendence out. Skyle felt threatened enough to drop the ultimate in this fight. Opens up the nerves, getting the better end of Redbird. Sound Barrier now in to fade off against this Graviton Surge, but it's not enough. One by one, the kills pile up, and TBD will march forward.
Well, I mean, they're going to get, they're not going to get any extra time, but I mean, it's 2:05, so I mean, they basically burned a minute and a half off that time bank. You have the self-destruct, you've got Graviton Surge. I mean, you're going to be building up towards your support ultimates here. Yeah, I mean, I think that you take that as a win, and look at how far forward the rest of the team is. I mean, if Zero loses the mech here, that's going to be a fight win here in the streets of London, around the bookstore. Yeah, you got a full 6 now. Redbird Esports has an opportunity here to stop them with some time and kind of build that cycle back up.
Start things off. Zero, not quite sure what happened with the self-destruct. That was one of those using your ult in a funny way that didn't quite work out for him. But still, Claire's able to pick up a pair. Maybe Dave moving on and just cruising here through the streets.
I mean, they invest the Graviton Surge, but that's it. That's all they invested there, and they get the Transcendence and the Sound Barrier out of TBD. They also get the Shatter from Infected as well. So, you know what? They might be
was used in that as well.
Right, so they might be banking on this last fight. I mean, 60 seconds. They've got, basically 2 support ultimates and a Shatter online. They can build this next Graviton Surge up in a hurry.
Lethal's building up quick. Watch out, walls. Too soon. TBD approach at this point. Claire does have a grab of their own and has been incredibly aggressive with him. You see him trying to melt the shield of Cuff at the moment, and it is cracking. Opening up an opportunity here to wedge this grab in. Sees the brick come forward and decides to just hold it in place. That'll do. Infected falls, though, mid-Graviton Surge. They cannot get that kill onto Mamone. The Transcendent's too good for Redbirds, and they're starting to push back. TBD of 20 seconds to get their reinforcements back in this fight. They have to use the Transcendence to do it. Grab thrown in the mix there from Lethal. Not finding any kills due to CJ's Transcendence, and I think Infected is back.
Infected is back, but I mean, now we're down Lethal, so I mean, your major DPS is gone. The push is back on. Self-destruct is definitely ready here for Zero. They've got to touch, and they've got to touch now. You're looking at only 8 meters.
Incredible swing around there from TBD. They were on the back foot with 20 seconds to go. Look at this card inching forward. Nobody's gonna touch. TBD. They make up the gap and will win Kings in a 6-5, taking a 2-0 lead in your grand finals.
I am shocked they did not win that out, to be quite honest. They had everything in their books to be able to deal with that. I think that Lethal letting out that Graviton Surge to try to lock everybody up after the Transcendence has already been pushed out. If you wait until that Transcendence transpires and then throw it down, I think that you actually win that map. So maybe a little bit of timing of some ultimates there. But I mean, the fact that TBD is so aggressive with these ultimates is really what's winning them this series.
Oh my goodness. So fast. And they build them up so fast as well. Clear doing a fantastic filling in for Tree. Here we can see one of many wonderful grabs they have. Can that continue, or will Redbirds clap back? We're going to take a little bit of break. When we come back, we're going to be headed to Escort. We'll see you there in a few.
Огонь по готовности!
Well, it turns out even with Tree absent, TBD are still a force to be reckoned with. Who knew? Goats is a full teamwork composition, and it takes a lot of good players in your team, not just one, to make a champion. And well, TBD, well, they're 2 maps towards claiming that crown, Billy.
They are. I mean, halfway there, so we'll see. Now, what happens as we approach our next map type, and it's something we haven't seen a lot of here in the Goats tournament, but it's going to be Escort coming up next. And it's going to be one of our newest maps coming in. As that comes up here, it's going to be Shambali Monastery.
This is something I have never seen. This is new, friends. I have never, ever in my life seen a Goats match on Shambali Monastery. I mean,
Same.
Maybe I'm misremembering from the last Goats tournament that we did or something, but I feel like this is brand new, and I cannot wait to see what on earth our teams are going to do here.
It's almost it's like a special treat just for us because I mean I got to cast the Antarctic Peninsula control map on Goats. That was different. This one's going to be completely out in left field. I mean, I'm thinking about corners. I'm thinking about pillars and stuff for lethal.
I think in long straightaways, like disengage is really, really difficult. I think this is going to make for some really all-in kind of fights where, I mean, you have to invest in the fight. You don't really have an option to kind of disengage and strike back. And we've seen TBD do that beautifully throughout the series. It's one of the things that they exceptionally well. And so with, this was Redbird's pit. Maybe that's what they had in mind. I mean, that would be a smart move if that was what's going through their brain.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm thinking about point 2, especially with that hairpin turn. You can hold high ground up there. You might see an adventurous Lucio go behind them, maybe try to boot them out of that top window. Maybe catch somebody on the wall as they're dropping down with a Graviton Surge. I mean, we've seen some pretty flamboyant grabs come out here so far in this series, so I would not be surprised to see some very wonky usage of the grab. I also think that self-destructs are going to get a lot more value here because there's less room to run away. There's less geometry to hide behind. I'm really looking at, I think I'm looking more. Point 3 is going to be a really difficult area if the teams do get there. I think that inside the cave, as you're going around that hairpin corner, if you throw that bomb and it goes over that little wall, as the turn comes around, you might be able to catch the whole team on an off rotation. So, I mean, this is uncharted territory for everybody. This is going to be very exciting to see how these two teams manage to make their way through this.
Well, and, some wonky grabs aside, I will say that, I mean, both of our Zarya players have been building them up pretty darn fast. It feels like we're seeing a Graviton Surge in every fight. I mean, and Lethal certainly felt like they're kind of leading the charge on that, but, I mean, I gotta reinforce. I think Clear has done such a phenomenal job kind of stepping up here in the most high-stakes match of the entire tournament.
Well, at the end, I agree with that. And Head Rapper just hit me with a little bit of the gut punch there in the feels. We will see. At the end of the match, we are going to have an MVP. It is going to be named for somebody that lost their battle to cancer just a little while ago. Somebody that loved Goats and was a big part of the CGL Laura CBBA is Lauren Talentire, Goats MVP. And we will be crowning that at the end of the day. She loved Goats. I remember her cheering on Goats way back in the day. So our MVP is going to be in her honor. And well, I'm sorry, I'm getting a little teary-eyed because we did say goodbye to her just a little bit a while ago. So Shambali Monastery is going to be our map. We've got two maps potentially left here in the series. Redbird Esports really do need to really get on top of this wonky usage of the ultimates coming out from TBD. TBD definitely have them on the back foot. And I also think that it might be just a little bit of the Redbirds trying to get themselves kind of used to each other, as this is a new team that's just come together. And we'll see if the synergy, this is a synergy building experience for them as well. So I like this. This is going to be a beautiful hand effect that says he's not going anywhere near a wall. Very smart idea when Lethal's on the field.
Oh. What a treat. Okay, let's get some Shambali Monastery goats going on. This banter has been fantastic. Clear talking about never been so scared to hold a corner. Oh, I love the banter. I love the banter. Whoa, whoa, there, Kappa. After all we've been through. Oh,
I know. If you've never been in a Kuffa stream, Kuffa is the most laid back of people. One of my favorite people in the tier 2 scene, the World Cup scene as well. Just an absolutely fantastic player, good human being as well. Kind of a snothead, but we love him nonetheless.
Snothead. I mean, it's played in every region in the world. It feels like, as far as Overwatch is concerned, true world traveler in Overwatch regions. Landon falls early here for TBD's first attempt as we get Redbirds with a close hold. Not a real big surprise. It's become more and more prevalent on Shambali, and you can get 3 fights out of it. Still, pressure coming out from TBD, and it's going to force Kuffa around to that outside and up to the high ground. I
mean, 2 Reinhardts go around the outside. Clear is going to get under a lot of pressure. I think that it's up to Ariel to really start denying a lot of this pressure coming in, because the Ariel's mitigating so much damage. There goes down your Brig. That's not good.
Huge pick from Clear. And it gets that alt fire pop onto Kuffa to get the final blow on them as well. And the follow-up onto Skyle. Clear melting everyone. The super sub in full effect.
I mean, where is Clear playing this year? Is Clear still playing for Boise State? Is that who? Yeah. Clear plays for Boise State. Somebody fact check me, please. But I believe that is correct. But still,
already on it. Yep, still with Boise State.
Yes, I mean, the DPS player for Boise State is showing the prowess here on the Zarya. And, I mean, just absolutely owning right now. They're holding court so well.
Still listed for Timeless as well. Shatter from Kuffa, hits a shield. Clear falls, though, on that back pedal. The sound barrier not able to make it out in time. In fact, both support ults used from TBD, and this could be a turning point. Redbird Esports are able to win this fight. The macro has shifted. Kuffa eats a counter pan, but in fact, it still goes down. TBD scramble for the hills.
Yeah, Ariel was not going to allow Zero to maintain that mech, so good stuff from them. We're sub 2 minutes now. Kuffa, nice pursuit there. Going to box everybody up in this corner.
Yeah, Redbirds have really just put a stop to this. This could be very dangerous. At best, I think TBD are going to have to wait till they get support ults up before they're able to push this. I don't know. We've seen Clear have some pretty good ults so far. Very aggressive ones at that. Here's Redbirds right at the front door, welcoming party, waiting here with the shatter to put Infected right back in. Said, welcome to Shambali, go right back to where you came from. Gonna melt down Zera as well on an island. Clear doesn't last long either.
Oh, you love it. I mean, you get the self-destruct out as well. Now we're just a little over a minute here. Going to look for the back cap coming through. There it is. The back cap is definitely on. C9 territory, definitely in favor.
That Magic Maple will eventually fall, but it does succeed in pulling Redbird off of their front door. So TBD at least have a little room to work with now, really.
They do, but I mean, now you're looking at the Grav bomb combo. You're going to have 2 support ultimates in this fight. Clear hasn't had a clear shot to get let loose with this Graviton Surge. There it is.
Ironically enough, throws it at the wall and catches Lethal with it. Zero gobbles up Lethal's Graviton Surge. Still no kills come through just yet. Shatter from Infected hits a shield. Sound barrier from Redbirds nevertheless, and they're going to try to get aggressive on to TBD. Prompts to Transcendence. Last ultimate currently available. Sound barrier now online. That is truly the last ultimate thrown in from TBD. They've got to do something with it. All attention turned on to Kuffa. They get caught into that hallway and go down back onto the point. Admiral gets melted one by one. TBD find their prey and eventually find a point on the board.
Oh my goodness. Zero calling him out! Zero calling him out. And now this is where I think that it's going to be so interesting is how do the teams play this? You've got to have one on the card. I think that you leave your Zenyatta. I think that you leave either your Brig or your Zenyatta on the card. Make sure that your Lucio is able to displace people up there on the wall. Yeah, this is exactly what you need from Redbirds. Redbirds going to be able to kind of hold the high ground and shoot down on top of the unwitting heads of TBD.
You even see Admiral is kind of posted up at the window, so TBD can't push in. Struck just kind of forces. Oh, it forces Ramon into a bad spot. Graviton Surge now out from the defense, but it will not be enough. Clean fight win, flawless, as a matter of fact.
Oh, they got their order of operations completely messed up there, and TBD absolutely pounces on them. On the back of just, honestly, the self-destruct kind of pulled people out, kind of forced some cooldowns out of Redbird. And then, you know, you look at the rally from Landon was enough to win them the point.
Quickly pushing in, Infected throws down a shatter around the shield of Kaffa. Transcendence, and it kind of blocks against both of the tank ultimates out of TBD. River Esports now throw down their own sound barrier, and all attention is turned onto that backline as the Transcendence fades. Self-destruct force TBD back. Do they have anything to work with to come back into this fight? Struggling to push around this corner. Eventually, Infected pushes out. Bubble will cleanse the Discord Orb. Infected able to hold here on the back of cart. Counterpin in, and Kava could be in trouble. Mamono eventually falls. Sound barrier now there for TBD, and Kava gets melted on the cart, eating just a bulk of bullets coming out from Zero. Once again, TBD get the job done in the final minute.
Maimon is the absolute target of TBD. We see them going in for the pins. We see them going in with the volleys from the Zenyatta. We see Magic Maypal trying to reposition Will every single time they go in. So they've kind of identified that Will is a nasty, nasty presence on this field.
Alpha was trying a sneaky pin and gets caught in the grab there from Clear. Drops on down, throws a shatter, and that hits quite a few. Lethal's able to find Infected on the back of that pin. A pin in on, I think that was on Ariel. Yeah, the D-back is there. Alpha trying to see if they can find Clear. Clear might have overextended. Yeah, Transcendence has to come out from CJ to keep them alive through this. Not ideal, but TBD staying their ground despite the Transcendence coming out from the other side. Lethal puts in a grab and then just could be the end of TBD. Clear response with one of their own. Sound barrier is up here from Redbird, so not a whole lot of kills on the back of that. Shatter was thrown in from Kuffa as well. A lot of ults here into this doorway. An explosive finish to this heavily invested fight. And Redbird Esports stopped this cart when it's all said and done.
Oh, and we're just under 75 seconds as well, and I think this is where the problems are going to happen. I mean, they've been playing this about as close as you can to the spawn of TBD, so this nice forward hole has really paid dividends here for Redbird Esports. Sub 60 seconds, you're looking now for Maimon, you're looking for Lethal. They got to build these ultimates up. They're facing almost a 3-pack of support ultimates from TBD.
Going to be a self-destruct thrown in first. Both Mode and Lethal are able to survive. Very important. Unfortunately, Ariel not so lucky. And Redbird are going to have to hold this only 5 strong. A lot of pressure down into the corner, and Kaffa just gets smashed. Is now plastered across the wall. Everything's turned onto Mamone. Mamone goes down just before they get that ult online. They needed that rally so bad, and Infected will not let them have it.
You know what? I told this to Megalast yesterday. I'm going to tell you this right now. The best thing for GOATS that ever happened was the change to Reinhardt and being able to cancel your pin. Because you're able to kind of charge in. You can feint going all the way through. You can turn around 180, shatter, do whatever you need to do.
Grab in from Clear to start things off. Transcendence from the other side. That shatter got blocked. Nothing doing. TBD throw in a Transcendence of their own. Ariel is going up to try to force Clear back a little bit, but eats a lot of damage. Sound barrier now comes in, as well as a Graviton Surge. And Redbird utilized both beautifully. Find a pair of kills amidst that grab. All attention now turned on to Clear. Clear manages to escape up to the top side, but doesn't have any bubbles left. A desperation self-destruct actually finds Will on the brig, but still, Redbirds are able to stabilize here and stop TBD from capping point C.
Yep, that'll do it right there. But I mean, still, we're just about all the way in. So this is exactly what TBD really wanted to push forward here. Now, Redbird, if they practice this as a team, maybe they have an advantage here. Maybe this was in their, kind of in their wheelhouse, maybe a part of their preparations. But Clear is a clear and total favorite right now for MVP of the day. Just a fantastic super stuff coming in and is beaming people left and right.
Yeah, I was thinking something similar, to be honest. Clear has truly been spectacular. And showing up right when TBD needed most, right? I mean, you couldn't ask for a more high-stakes situation for this sub to come in and to have them just shell it out to this degree. This fight was nuts. I don't think I've ever seen so many ultimates thrown into one doorway.
Yeah, but it's so worth it. It's so worth it from a viewing standpoint, from us getting all excited. I mean, they really did, hustle and wrestle, control away from a Redbird esports side that had the lockdown. That was a beautiful grab, though, that came out from Lethal right onto the payload, catching everybody. So, like I said, they basically have to complete the whole map to get themselves out of the 0 column and into the wins and extend this series out.
Close hold coming out from TBD. Once again, expected here. Point Asian ball. Looks like Redbird are going to send Aerial kind of on the off angle to approach from the backside. All that attention, it was on to land, and Aerial immediately flew out, both guns focused and trained, onto the brig. And they find that kill to start the dominoes falling.
That'll do it right there. I mean, DMEC will come through. You'll just basically get a free win there. They're going to get lots of cart progress. You see Lethal pushing forward 70, 69 actually to the grab. Now they're at 70. But I mean, this is going to be a great opportunity for them to push forward, take space, take high ground control, and really force TBD to come to them.
Lethal and Aerial have already grabbed a little bit of high ground. TBD just ignore them and rotate back around into the main choke where this fight will break out truly. Lethal first to get an ultimate here on the attack. It's grab online, mate ball right behind them. Actually, not a terrible trade if they can get the sound barrier out here this early. Self-destruct the road in to try to buy some space, and you can see Kuffa going in very aggressive on the back of that. A little too much so, as a matter of fact. Gets found out, taken down, sent back to spawn, and Redbirds retreat.
Yep, I mean, this is going to be seeing what can be gained here. The grab, hello?
And when we thought TBD, were using their ult in kind of a frantic way, now we're seeing the self-destruct over the top, and Kuffa gets caught again. Aerial demeched. And it started off so looking so good for Redbirds has suddenly just been just stunting.
I'm floored that Kuffa gets taken out there, especially Transcendent still on top of them. It was just the fact that Infected was in his face swinging around. And now it's Shatter v Shatter. Here comes the mind games for both these Reinhardts. Landon has another rally on line, Jeff. This is absolutely nuts generation.
Crazy rotation, speaking of nuts. TBD might need it, depending on how big this shatter from Kuffa ends up being. They're looking for it. Working around that shield, eye to eye there with Infection. Gets pushed in! Is it a dangerous spot? Salmayer has to come out! Kuffa still not sure that they're going to be able to get out of that one alive. TBD are forced back behind the shield, courtesy of that sound barrier. Blocks the shatter, turns around, not able to block the self-destruct. Aerial's going to find Infected with that. And the combo ends up working out here for Redbirds. After 2 support ults used, they are on top. Shatter that one from Kuffa, who is very low, getting chased out of the corner. Salmayer from Magic 8 Ball will allow TBD to emerge back on top, even through this Graviton surge out from Lethal. It is TBD who are the ones finding the kills and lighting up the feed.
Yep, but I mean, just we turn offense into defense and defense into offense. And I mean, now we need to see if they are going to be able to turn it around. Landed with another rally. That is how much work this brig is getting done. You're going to escort Skyle off the side, and now we're sub 60 seconds. You're looking at this rally, ready to go. Once again, I mean, basically empty the larder there from Redbird Esports. They're building it fast, yes, but they don't have a clear advantage right now. And I think CJ might actually win the battle to Transcendence.
Certainly on track to. And Landon seemed to be kind of the leader of this TBD squad there with the rally as well. What an anchor then for TBD. One last hold. Could put him on championship point. Redbirds approaching with no tank ultimates to speak of. At least not yet. Hence, they are taking this slow and steady. And know they're only going to get one more fight, Billy.
I mean, Aerial does get their ultimate up. They're going to have 3 support ultimates ready to go here into this fight. Same thing for TBD. Infected, though. Shatter, incoming. Look for him to drop it.
Right there, rotating around the cart, matching Kuffa inch for inch. You see him going shield for shield, both knowing, both looking ready. Because that Earthshatter could end this map right here now, but it's off the side! Clear! Goes through, manages to get the grab in. We'll get both support ults out from Redbirds. Could be disastrous in the end. The Shatter did eventually come down. Still TBD have not been able to find any kills. Redbirds survived the initial onslaught. Skyhole goes in way deep to try to take that duel. CJ will win that one out. Clear melts 2 on the front line. This is TBD moving up to championship point.
That was so emphatic. And just so good from them. Mateball with the GGs proclaiming their win. And now everybody letting them know it's the first of 4. I don't think 3 maps, 4 maps, 5 maps, unless you guys can figure out how to change up this rotation from TBD. TBD is going to be TBHing, winning the championship here. But it's going to be entertaining no matter what.
We're certainly on track to, but reverse sweeps do happen. We gotta play it out. We gotta see. I mean, can in fact TBD close this up in a clean 4-0 without arguably their star player, at least the star DPS player.
Stranger things have happened. And it might be that this Redbird team need a 2CP map to get themselves back into the winning ways, because that's going to be our next map type coming up for them. They're going to have the choice of it. And I tell you what, I mean, just the cleanup is so good. Infected has grown by leaps and bounds. There's another example of being able to cancel your charge, something that was not around in the original Ghosts that I wish I would have had.
Yeah,
I mean,
no kidding, right?
Yeah, it's so good. It's so good.
Well, I mean, heading into Assault, my first thought, talking about Redbirds, is, well, they need to improve their defense from what we've seen. I mean, they were able to complete King's Row, but they gave up such a monstrous time bank. You know, they looked great on the attack on Kings, but just gave up so much on the defense that they weren't quite able to pull it back. If they had equaled, you know, if they both had 1 minute on the clock per se, then we're looking at a 2-1 scoreline right now. And kind of same thing here. Offense obviously got studded a little bit there on Shambali as they got full held. But I think a little bit better defensive hold here on Assault is just the ticket. That's what I'm going to be looking for as we move into map 4.
I mean, it's all about rotations. I still think that it's not necessarily Redbirds playing bad defense. I think that we're seeing a very advantageous TBD squad. They're taking any kind of an opening. If they see, you know, a crack in the armor, they see both bubbles go out early because they're trying to keep Kuffa up, or you know, keep Will up in the front line. They're going in with that self-destruct. They're going in with that grab, and they're just taking advantage of the situation minute by minute, second by second. I think that's the difference between the two teams. I don't think that Redbird's necessarily playing bad. I think that it's TBD taking advantage of the situation.
Well, and we kind of highlighted the Mamone versus Landon matchup at the start of this the start of the series, and I think that's where having a born and bred main support in the Brig role plays a huge factor, especially one as intelligent hardware, where they're going to be able to make those calls. They're used to making those calls. Your DPS players, and I can't say I've ever been in a game with WMMO, but traditionally your DPS players aren't as aware aren't tracking, like, say, ultimates and cooldown usage and things like that. DPS players, from my understanding, don't tend to do that as much. But that's where your main support, that is like their bread and butter. That is what they do.
Well, and you've got CJ on your side too. So I mean, you've got 2 Overwatch level talents, being able to not only ult track, but also make these call outs and also be able to lead the charge. So I mean, I think that Maypal has had a heck of a time too. If we're being completely honest, the support line for this TBD squad is nothing to be trifled with. I am terrified of them every time they go into an engagement.
So they are certainly not to be trifled with. I mean, CJ is honestly one of the best flex supports, and it has been for some time now. I mean, it's been the CJ UV conversation has been going on since 2021 at least. Oh, yeah. So I mean, that's definitely an all-star flex support here in the NA scene. I mean, this whole lobby is just star-studded. It blows my mind, and I'm still a little dumbfounded we get to cast such amazing players.
I'm giddy. I mean,
I know,
I
right?
admit it.
It just makes me. It just makes
I'm
me smile.
fangirling here. It's like, oh my god, this is so good. Oh my god, oh my god. No, but seriously, like this is. I mean, this is what we live for. This is how we have
Oh yeah.
worked our butts off for. And I tell you what, having it here in the CGL of all things, I said it to somebody else earlier today. I'm gonna say it again. You telling me that Hottie and players like Landon and CJ are going to be here in the CGL? You pinch me, because here they are. And you know what? It looks like we're about to get our pick, but still, I mean, Head Rammer and company have built such a wonderful thing here in the CGL. Season 13 is coming up here very shortly. You have just a few. I think you got a week left to sign up your team. If you want more action, if you want a great league with great support, great casting, and everything else that goes behind putting a tournament together, get your team signed up. Find us on Twitch. It's at Console Gaming League. If you're not already there, and you can get your team signed up, everything from gold all the way up to the top, and you will have a wonderful time. I guarantee it.
Well, TBD are certainly having a wonderful time here with this series. And I would love to see an underdog come back. I would love to see Redbirds dig deep and really find a way to equal up here. Keep the series competitive, send us to more maps. Hey, I don't want this GOAT tournament to end. I've had such a blast with this GOAT's tourney. I just want it to keep going for as many maps as possible. But I also like saying a good underdog story. I hope this is the map where they can bring it back and maybe make TBD sweat a little bit.
I'm here for it. I mean, you know that I'm here for map 7. I mean, let's go.
Always.
But it starts here, and we do have the map pick in finally. Redbirds have decided where we're going to go. It is 2CP, and we are heading to Egypt and the Temple of Anubis.
First map ever created. We got some old maps here. We got a good combination of the old and the new here in this matchup. With Temple of Anubis and King's Row being the first 2 maps created, we're now seeing both of them. Lijiang Tower was one of the early maps as well.
I love it.
This is an interesting one. This is certainly an interesting one when it comes to goats. And a good place for Redbirds to perhaps snowball. Take some momentum, go out with a good, quick, fast attack on point A, and ride that momentum and put up a good time back.
I would love it. And it looks like TBD, if I'm looking at our screen correctly, it looks like TBD has actually chosen to be defensive here. So they're going to give Redbirds a chance to set a mark. And I don't hate that. You and I have always differed on what we like for hybrid 2CP, back when we had 2CP in our casting. I mean, it comes down to whether you want to be aggressive or you want to know what you got to meet. And for the 2 teams, I mean, Redbirds are going to have the opportunity to set the early benchmark here. So for Redbirds, I mean, you've played this a couple of times that I can remember here in the GOATS tournament. So this is a chance for you to kind of use what you've learned. I don't know if TBD has played Anubis or not, but you know what? I mean, we all remember the rotations. There's 3 main ways to get through there. We'll see if they are able to capitalize and really stifle this Redbirds team that might be reeling a little bit from that full held on Shambali.
Well, and we kind of heard earlier in the day that sometimes point A on your assault map in GOATS can be considered a throwaway. I mean, it's just a matter of how much time can you buy off the clock. I think Anubis is one where you can really eat up a lot of time. That center high ground on Anubis point A can be really strong for defenders and can be tough to break out. I mean, that's what we've always seen. You circle through the left-hand side from the attacker's point of view through that mega room. That's so important because it's trying to force the defenders off of that high ground. It'd be a place for Redbirds to start their comeback.
I think that's where I think that you've either got to go straight under the bridge and just bypass everybody, get an amp speed, and just say, what, screw your high ground. You come to us and fight on the point, or you take the you've got 2 ways that you can go through that right hand high ground. You can either go up into the first level, meet them on the bridge, kind of turn the fight on its head, and have a little bit of room, a little bit of geometry to kind of absorb damage and get your cooldowns back. Or you can wrap all the way around and have your own high ground and shoot down on the point.
Well, and we saw that exact approach from the right-hand side high ground going all the way to the top earlier today in the EU Grand Finals.
Yep.
I believe LH Cloudy and the rest of SR Peak Check used that route to take point A in their matchup earlier today. Wouldn't surprise me to see it here in our NA Grand Finals. TBD once again on championship point, up 3-0 in our first of 4, and 1 map away from claiming the crown.
Well, it's all going to come down to how much Redbird Esports can kind of throw TBD off their game, because Clear has come in relief of Tree, who is off at a team dinner with Winthrop University, and is absolutely filling the shoes, if not even a little bit better, if I do say so myself. The grabs have been impeccable. The bubble management has been impeccable. Definitely high caliber. Definitely haven't lost anything with them coming in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers in.
The banter in chat as there has been between these two teams. It's been a lot of fun. I liked the infected drop down there. Hey, there's a lot of walls on this map. Lethal's gonna get a 6-man crowd. So that was my favorite one of the bunch.
Yeah, they kind of faked the
approach.
left-hand push. Yeah, they faked the left-hand approach, and now they're kind of looking right side. But now are they going to go higher, low? Skyle, bye-bye.
Oops. Yeah, Skyle is just a bit away from the rest of the team. Not an opportunity for Peel. Redbird gets stopped, like kind of stuck in indecision. It looked like, Billy.
I mean, that's got to be up to Cuffa then, right? Cuffa's got to be the tip of the spear, or it's got to be Admiral telling him, you know, I've got speed, let's go. And Skyle's got to stay with the team, though. You can't just sit back there lobbing volleys in. Yes, you have your ult charge higher up, but you lose your life with Zero coming in and taking your Omni Healer out.
And this time we do see Redbird with the clean rotation. Once again, they fake it, and they're going to speed back out and go the other direction, headed toward the opposite high ground. Rotation a lot cleaner this time. An early shatter there from Infected. Kuffa got booped down low. Dangerous moment for Redbirds, but they're able to avoid the shatter, at least block it, and stay alive. Complete their rotation, grab this high ground.
Well, the fact that they kind of feint towards the top of platform and now going for a full rotation all the way to the high ground, this is actually going to buy them time. It's going to buy them time to build up a little bit more ultimate charge as well. They're looking at a grab, and all 3 support ultimates ready to go.
I love the way they're playing this. They are really playing some mind games with Team ED. Now they have the point presence. All they got to do is fortify. It's going to be a Graviton Surge thrown out from Team ED to try to evict this Redbird squad. Lethal responds in kind. The Aerial is taken out of mech. Is able to get that mech back there. It looked like at the end. Sound barrier now out. Great bubble from Lethal to protect Skyle there through Zera. Zera uses that self-struct just to get that mech back. And TBD investing a sound barrier here. They are not content to give up this point.
I love it. I mean, but your speed and your main tip of the spear going down. I mean, you get a point, you get a tick, but Zera has cleaned up on the back of it.
That was like just straight 2 minutes of fighting. It was a great setup. I mean, it wasn't quite 2 minutes of fighting, but because that was our second attack. But it felt like a long setup there from Redbirds. They did this whole dance around the map, but then that fight went on forever. Holy cow.
It was expensive, too. It was expensive.
Yeah.
Everything went out the window, and now you're still running into a grab. And this rally from Landon has been so good all day long. Now they're going for the traditional touch in here. Zera might be able to catch out Skyle in the back once again.
TBD decides to use these ults aggressively as they have been, or if they just want to hold on to them since they're in such a defensive position. The situation has changed. Grab into the corner. It's clear this top third against the wall. Momoa will just get melted. Not get their rally up in time. And as such, there they go. Redbirds fall 1 by 1 under the weight of Infected Tamer. Lying.
Yeah. This is one-way traffic right now, Jeff. Let's be completely honest with each other. Now, Redbirds, they do have 4 ultimates ready to go. This has got to be the point where they take it.
Last chance, and you don't have time to get super clever with it. Not a whole lot of cheekiness required. It's going to be an early grab use. Just caught Magic Maypole and gets a sound barrier out. Redbirds are now just going to take this fight right here in the middle with a sound barrier of their own. Tough under a lot of pressure, though. Discordant Shield is breaking. Tries to pin out. You use the bubble and a self-destruct to keep Kuffa alive through that, but Redbirds are still searching for any room to work. Doesn't feel like they have an edge. Finally, Kuffa throws out a shatter to try to break out, and that is successful. Despite losing a player early, it looks like Redbirds might be able to stick it around just a little bit longer here on Temple of Anubis.
Well, they're gonna get time, and they're gonna capture this point. I think as long as nobody else is around. They should be able to get an additional 3 minutes on the clock. So at the 0 hour,
Defense point.
they do it.
Objective.
Oh no, I think we lose somebody. I think we lose somebody. Okay, well, something happened there. I think we may have lost an observer there on the side. So, I mean, point A, finally taken by Redbird Esports in the 0 hour. And now they have an additional 3 minutes. It was expensive, but Lethal coming up on a Graviton Surge. They have some tools here to be able to get onto this point, especially with how expensive it was for TBD to try and defend it.
Fortunately, it doesn't look like any of our 12 players got disconnected. We don't have to worry about ult economy getting reset or anything due to was a call pause, not exactly sure what's going on. Maybe some sort of lag or audio issue, not exactly sure. But yeah, circling back around, I mean, they're coming up on ults, Redbirds are, but as of right now, like they don't exactly have a lot to work with. You know, I was talking about how this would be one of the maps where they could roll that momentum in and perhaps get a big time bank and really, you know, inject some life back into the Redbird squad. But I don't think they're going to have the ultimates to really run this one down into point B immediately.
Well, we'll see. I mean, they do have this upcoming, like I said, they got the upcoming Lethal, Graviton Surge. Maimon will be able to get up another rally. They've got the Transcendence. So, I mean, they've got time. And as long as they're patient and kind of, you know, bide their time here in the ante room and try to get themselves up on the ultimate cycle, I think they can win it out.
Drop a grab immediately. Self-destruct used defensively coming out from TBD, but in fact, it still goes down. They're coming up on a couple of support ults, but they got to survive long enough to get him out. Kuffa throws down the shadow. The Transcendence is there just in the nick of time. CJ keeps TBD standing. Allows time for Infected to get back into this fight. Sound Barrier now used, and Infected pinned their way back in. It was a counter pan and a counter Sound Barrier coming out from Redbirds as they force TBD to the edge of the objective. They'll find Infected on the stairs and send the Reinhardt back to spawn. The Zarya looking a bit low as well. Graviton Surge catches Magic Maypole in it, but they don't get the kill. And Clear and TBD strike back in a big way.
I mean, they had that fight won, and then they didn't. And that was on the back of, I tell you what, Clear put out one hell of a Graviton Surge and locked everybody up. And they couldn't lock down Magic Maypole. And Maypole actually boots everybody back into the fight. Look at this. Just the power of Landon and company. This is exactly what you wanted to see. They clean up on the back of that Graviton Surge so perfectly.
Flair making another big statement towards that MVP. Rotation here from Zera. A dangerous move, but Redbirds decided not to pounce on him. And that could have been a 6v1 onto Zera. Shadow comes out, Kuffa and the rest. Everybody goes down. That was 6 players all falling from him. Infected's Earth Shatter. I mean, just rocking the walls of Anubis.
Rocking my heart. Hello.
No kidding.
6. It's been so
When's the
long.
last time we got to say it's a 6-player Shatter, Billy?
I did it. I did it yesterday. No, it was last week in EU. So I mean, Bonnie did one from MME Overwatch. Did one on Hanamura. But that
one of the
was
best takes
better.
on console. I don't care what region. That was an insane Shatter. That was so good. Redbirds I've just got to be reeling after that. That's the kind of Shatter that just gets in your head rent free. Redbirds now trying to go through cave. TBD are looking for an opportunity to strike. You can see Zero just kind of poking it the entire way through. Graviton Surge soon as they emerge. Zero holds on to the self-destruct, and the shatter from Kuffa is large and in charge. Infected goes down. The Transcendence is a little bit late there. Now a self-destruct up is going to find Landon. Redbird Esports. Holy cow, what a clapback.
That should do it right there. That'll get them all 2 points. With 3.0 seconds left. They did it with time. I can't believe they got it done with time. That actually might be something big.
That's actually a big deal. Yeah.
That might be something big coming up here. I mean, here, Kuffa came out around the corner, said, I'm just throwing it down. 2-point-something seconds left. And they finally get it done. Clear, I'm calling it now. Unless we have a reverse sweep, Clear is going to be my MVP for this tournament. There's the 6-man.
Yes! That is the stuff dreams are made of. That is what makes Overwatch my favorite game on the planet. That is one of the most satisfying things I've ever seen.
Oh, Jeff, this takes me back to our young days when we had less gray in the face, less gray in the hair. I mean, I've never had hair, but you know, I feel young again.
I hate to break it to you, we were always boomers, Billy.
Shut up.
I mean, maybe everybody's favorite boomers, but you know, that's all right.
Yeah,
That's all
I mean,
right.
apparently, I'm Overwatch Grandpa now. That Tiny Shiny has dubbed me Overwatch.
Overwatch Grandpa? I like it. I like it a lot. Oh, Grandpa Billy, what can Redbirds do here? How do they stop TBD? You know, I was talking about the importance of getting a strong point A defense. Feels like they've got to at least win 1 or 2 fights. They can't just get rolled.
No. You know what? I've been talking about maybe Landon and CJ being the problem. I think Zero has to be focused down too, because Zero's pulling so much attention from the Redbird Esports defense. Just an absolute thorn in their side.
Ball taking a bit of the scenic route. Roll it around and put it in the windows. It was a nice boop to put Infected, yeah, in a tough spot. Good kill. Infected kind of got stuck around the corner there, and Redbird's able to focus him down. There's the first fight won. They're not getting one and done, Billy. They at least check that box.
All right. I love it. I love it. There's one fight of probably 5 that they're going to have to win here to get themselves even in this series. Man, Maimone outstripping Landon this time as far as the rally generation. By the way, love the views that we're getting from our observing team. Hippie leading the charge. That's a big charge that came through. Bye-bye, Admiral.
That's a bold move. You don't usually see the Rhine pin out from the mega room. But in fact, it just is like yak it back. You can see even with getting the kill, Infected just gets melted and can't find safety. And it ends up just falling away. Redbirds will swing this one back. They will stabilize. They win yet another fight.
Yep, and I mean, they're pushing forward. They're going to go for these exit kills and extra kills on top of it. So, I mean, make sure that you get out with your life. Make sure that you got the resources to get yourself back up online. But I mean, you know, the fact that we used a graviton surge there and a shatter, you still got Transcendence and Sound Barrier to keep Redbirds nice and healthy here. Watch for Maypal, though. Maypal's been looking for this boop to get Cuff out of position.
Maypal is on the back of your screen right now. Here comes the Graviton Surge from Clear in the corner. Transcendence is used, and even a bubble to deny any kind of boop to knock Skyle off. Nice little micro play. Sound Barrier self-destructs. Dueling self-destructs thrown in. As a matter of fact, it's self-destruct in stereo. Whoa, Brink going way forward. Landon just went all the way across on the right inside your screen. Chase Skyle down. Landon just like moving with super speed to go find that kill onto Skyle. Put a bounty out on the Zenyatta. Good start for TBD. The best start they've had thus far on this attack. Here's a Transcendence, and Kuffa is just stuck. Kuffa was stuck back there. They don't get the kill. I don't know how Kuffa lives through that. Okay, there it is. Clear will finally melt him down.
Oh, but I mean, still a lot of time built, taken off the clock here. It's not going to be the same as what we saw for Redbird Esports, but it'll be about a minute's difference. And I mean, Redbird Esports, they don't have anything to deal with this upcoming barrage from TBD. You're going to have the self-destruct grab combo. Landon's going to have another grab online. That's another late exit kill from Landon. They're going to snowball this through.
Yeah, that's huge. That's unfortunate, particularly with ults online for TBD and none to speak of here for Redbird. It's going to be Clear's grab used for self-destruct, goes all the way into the back. Zero will not get back in the neck, but Clear is able to just kill everybody through the grab. One by one, they all fall to the photon cannon of the super sub. Ariel's back on this point, does have a self-destruct. Shield will get up, no casualties as of that one. Sound Barrier now fading here from Redbirds. They have managed to pick off the super sub and get landed as well. The Birds might actually stay alive. Bill, they've done it again, Billy.
Birds can fly. Birds go burr.
They are
so does
soaring.
Lethal and Skyle. Yeah, they soared at supersonic speed, 83.3%. So, I mean, they've still got 3 really good attacks to be able to fend off here. The big thing is that they build up this Graviton Surge. They build up the Transcendence again. They've got some weapons to be able to withstand this TBD assault.
Trying to work around left-hand side, and immediately Kuffa is there to greet him. Hitting him with swings, he splits up the rotation. Not everybody has made it into caves. A dangerous moment for TBD, but Redbirds don't pounce on it. TBD emerge back through main and are greeted by a Graviton Surge. A defensive shatter gets absolutely blocked and Mamone falls. Now it is a 6v4 as TBD go to move on to this point. They only need 33%. Graviton Surge from Clear gets absolutely nothing. Attention turned to the left-hand side where the Transcendence from Skyle is trying to get Lethal in this. Lethal just gets booped all the way from the left door to right. Soundbarrier even came out and still Lethal could not survive. TBD are on track to get this final 33% they need to cap this point.
I mean, yeah, Ariel going down. You've got a shatter from Cuffit. Cuffit lands it, hits 2.
Oh, there he kills on the back of it. The pin in just puts him in a really bad spot. Surrounded. Cuffit falls. Lethal backing out. Has already used both bubbles. Is getting chased all the way to the door. Will not find healing. Meanwhile, Admiral is still continuing to stall on the point. But Discord Orbs means their life does not last long. Transcendence now used off the point. Percentage is coming through. No, it was a contest from the backside. Mamone. There, taken down one by one. TBD managed to handle Redbirds, handle the contest, and indeed, that 3-second time bank that we were talking about, Billy, is going to play a factor here in extra innings.
Paul, exactly. Why do they get rid of 2CP? That's why we get rid of 2CP, because it's a game that never ends. But that's good for all of us here. So, I mean, Redbird Esports, they're going to be up against it. They're going to be coming out on the attack here, and they're going to have a minute. So, you know, you're looking at Lethal to possibly build up a Grav in a minute. You're looking for, you know, Mamone to get a rally. You're looking for Admiral to try and build up a sound barrier fast. And, you know, it's going to come down to, can Kuffa make enough space for them to be able to rotate onto point? Or do they just, you know, say, screw it, we're just going to go directly underneath. We'll feint one or the other way, and then we'll go directly underneath. And we'll see. Because, I mean, they've got to be bold here. They've got to be very decisive in this engagement. Their tournament life is on the line.
We don't want it to end here. We'll say Redbirds they have not lacked in boldness, Billy. They have certainly been bold. They have half the time make. We saw what they did on King's Row with a third of the time make. They need to find the same success here. Doors are open. Can the Redbirds bring this back? Send us to that map 5.
You see Magic Maple up there on top, trying to give a little bit of extra healing to Zira so they can maintain their high ground advantage. But now it's time for them to go.
Yep. With this, Redbirds are probably only going to get one chance at this with how patient they're being. They decided to opt for one good chance as opposed to 2 fast ones. It does not feel like they have found an opening. There's just too much pressure. Clear as an open line of sight. Anybody that steps out is just greeted by a high charge beam from the Zarya. All right, it's a loop around. There we go. Ariel made a move and it just sends him right back down low. The Discord was too much. Zero goes down. Ariel gets demeched along the way, though. 5v5 here for Redbirds as they're running out of time. Somebody's got to get to the point. And Graviton Surge is locking up the majority of the team. 2 of Redbirds did make it to the objective, but now all 3 of their support ults have faded. Do they have anything left in the tank? It's going to be a Graviton Surge from Lethal. That'll find Clear. Infected goes down as well. Redbirds do dig deep, and they found something magical is waiting for them.
They were able to catch Ariel. I'm sorry, they were able to catch Zira out on the backside with a boop from Admiral. And then they had just collapsed on top of them. So now 30 seconds on the clock here. Shatter ready to go. You're going to have a self-destruct coming up very soon from Ariel. And TBD invested all their support ultimates in that fight.
Oh, and this could be the momentum that I was looking for the first time around. Infected Shatter gets blocked. Kaffa patiently waiting with one of their own. Moves in, throws down a couple hammer strikes on the Infected. Gets pinned, has not had a chance to throw it down, desperately throws the Shatter, was stuck in a corner. It didn't get anything. The Transcendence is now out and still TBD manages to find a pair of kills. Redbirds throws out a Graviton Surge, the last hope for them to get something done here in Temple of Anubis, but the kills are just not there. Too much sustained from TBD as they find that kill onto Lethal and drop a sound barrier to help find the rest.
This is clean up on Al 5, and that's going to do it right there. Kuffa is not going to even be able to touch. And, I mean, the fact that they get a point with just 1 minute is impressive. And considering how well Redbird Esports defended on their first defense, you know, there's only 2.5 minutes here. So there's a chance. There's a chance for them to, you know, turn this around to either get a draw or get a full point here. So we'll see how this goes down. It's not over by any means yet, Jeff.
Oh, God. Cuffo did everything so right on that attack on point B. And then that just ends up booped into the corner. And that was the one ticket, that Earth Shatter. That could have been it. That was the one win con Redbirds had walking into that. They had managed to get all the support ults out. It was looking so good after that block. Cuffle was in a good position, managed to just stop Infected Shatter, and then suddenly Cuffle ends up with their back in a corner and finds himself back in spawn. I mean, I want to say it was a whip shot from Landon, but I'm not positive about that.
Wouldn't surprise me.
Well, because Reinhardt doesn't have any steadfast in this. So, I mean, that's a shield bash and a whip flail, and Reinhardt would have been zipped into that corner.
Well, as it stands, 2 minutes, 35 seconds separates us either from us crowning a champion or us going to a map number 5. I'm hoping for the latter. Redbird Esports need to be perfect here for the first minute, and then we'll see where we go from there.
Hey, we saw a 5.5 minute hold in EU on this very map to send us to a map 5 and keep the series alive. If Redbirds can repeat history. Once again, it's Infected who goes out first. Risky move to send your Reinhardt the first out the door, because they usually just take so much pressure, but Cuffle once again with their back against the corner. Maybe trying to find a cheeky play, get a cheeky pin, but gets found out and gets melted. This is gonna be one and done, it's looking like, for TBD, although they are missing a couple players. Clear is got everybody's number. Look at that right click. Woo.
Yeah. Okay, I mean, 69% towards that Graviton Surge. Lethal and Clear actually tied there. So they're going to get an extra 30 seconds here. So what, 2:10 as they approach point B. They don't have any ultimates other than the Transcendence online. Aerial actually ahead in the self-destruct. That could pull out that Transcendence and actually turn it in Redbird's favor.
TBD went through cave last time. Cuffle gets booped down to the bottom, and TBD are just going to scream across main. Cuffle does make it back up top to rotate, but they had to give up a little bit of space. You can kind of see they're holding on the back of the objective. Infected trying to pin in, but the Graviton Surge just in time there from Lethal. CJ has the Transcendence, and now comes the sound barrier as well. Shatter lands from Cuffle, but it looked like the shielding was still good. Now Infected puts a hammer down of their own, gets the pin on to Lethal. And now in the corner, Infected is surrounded. Admiral will get credited with the final blow, but there's still more work for this defensive Redbirds to be done.
Oh, Cuffle's so low right now. Yo,
Oh,
that's it. That should do it.
Landon gets the kill out of Cuffle with a maze to the face. I mean, reinforcements are showing up here for Redbirds, and I think TBD have just played out too much.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to go ahead and take the better part of Valor here and get the heck out. Wait for some more ultimates to come up. CJ very close with a Transcendence. Once again, Zero not too far away from a self-destruct, but Redbirds, I mean, once again, they're kind of playing on the knife's edge right here. They're looking for this Transcendence and Sound Barrier to keep them steady.
And can be said for TBD to try to close out this tournament and claim the crown. On to the point comes TBD. Self-destruct thrown in from area. I don't think it made it all the way inside. TBD are able to back into the cave and find some cover. Sound barrier now out from Redbird, and they follow, pushing all the way into the cave. Attention on to Zero, and Zero gets melted, but Cuffle falls. Transcendence come out simultaneously from both of our teams. Lamone trying to get back into spawn, but gets held in place by Clear's grab. TBD move back on to the point, Clear included. All attention turned on to Lethal. Lethal bops a grab of their own, but the Shatter sends them to the grave. And TBD, with the sounds of the sound barrier, will march on. They will claim this thing. There's a hammer on the aerial trying to stall this out. Cuffa is here. You know, Redbirds aren't giving up on it, but there's 6 players from TBD, and Cuffa doesn't last but an instant. Admiral melts, and the yellow ring of victory goes out. Redbird fall, and TBD win the championship 4-0, are crowned your GOATS champions.
God, so good. So good. So entertaining. Landon gets the play of the match here. And I mean, yeah, why not? I mean, just whipping. So I whip and watch me nay. That's exactly what Landon did. And I absolutely owned it out there. God, so good. And this series was just the best of the best here in the NA region. I'm just blessed. I feel so lucky and so privileged to have been able to cast this with you, my friend. What a night!
Right.
What a tournament!
I echo that sentiment wholeheartedly. That was my favorite moment of the entire tournament right there. It was the infected six-player shatter. Oh man, but there was a lot of good moments. I mean, that is a tough thing to say, to be honest, because there were so many just spectacular moments throughout this tournament. And what a finale, what a way to cap it off. And despite not having their star Zarya player, despite Tree having to go away and deal with other team obligations, they come in and TBD get it done. They don't even drop a single map. I think they were stronger with Clear. They dropped a map with Tree in the lineup. It was a 4-0 with Clear, Billy.
Yeah, this was just dominance. And I mean, this is such good work for all the teams. I mean, it was a great chance for everybody to get a chance to play. And something that we missed for so long. Take synergy back, the power of friendship back, power of the supports back, no steadfast there. I mean, Tank's living large. Absolutely the way that we wanted to send this out. So, I mean, you know, $1,000 goes to TBD. I think that Redbird Esports gets something for their troubles as well. But man, what a tournament, Jeff. We're not quite done yet.
Oh, we got a little bit of a surprise. We're going to take a quick break, but we're going to get an interview. I have no idea who we're interviewing, but we're going to talk to somebody from TBD, and I cannot wait to pick their braid. So bear with us. We'll be right back.
Yo. Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Yo. Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash ticket is yours. Yours.
Our insight here, you get an insight and you know something, but you don't want to say it out loud because you're kind of afraid that it's not going to be really true and it'll spoil the whole thing for you, But when somebody makes you say it, then, and it's true, then it just makes it more beautiful of a thing.
All right, friends, we are backed as promised. We're backed? I think we're backed. We are backed. We've got friends. It's not just me and Billy. We brought a friend. We got Clear, the super sub, joining us. Hey, thank you so much for taking the time to come talk with us. Congrats on the championship.
Thank you very much. Of course, it was a very fun tournament. I only played one series, but I'm glad it was the most important one.
No doubt, no doubt. And we were kind of talking a little bit before we went live that you knew that you were going to be filling in today. Tell me a little bit about that.
Yeah, so I actually got a DM from Debit 2 days ago that was like, hey, you're going to be needed tomorrow for the Ghost tournament. And then come tomorrow, which was actually yesterday, he was like, oh, sorry, Tree can make it today, but he can't make it tomorrow. So that's when you're playing instead. And I was like, isn't that the grand finals? And he's like, yeah, you're just coming in for the grand finals. I was like, oh, okay. Well, that's a little bit of pressure, but I got it.
No big deal. No, just
Exactly.
coming to fill for Tree for grand finals.
Exactly.
Hey, I mean, we said it was worth reinstating. They didn't drop any maps when you were in, so.
Yeah, I was telling them that too. I was like, should have played me earlier. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I actually wasn't even like on the roster until that message 2 days ago. I was just not playing, but I got added to the roster.
I was gonna ask, and since you only got added very recently, I was gonna ask how the team was formed, because I mean, clearly it's quite a crazy combination of players.
Yeah, so right now I think it's mainly the core of the roster that's playing in Berry Blast, and then a few subs here and there for the people that couldn't make it. But yeah, it's pretty much the infected team from Berry Blast, and then I got asked to fill for Tree who couldn't make it.
Gotcha. How long have y'all been practicing?
Oh, goats? We didn't practice at all. At least
None. Just zero scrims, zero practice.
I'm like 99.9% sure they didn't scrim at all.
Oh my god. Okay. I mean, obviously I know you from Okra and I know you from Boise State, so I mean, DPS legend up there. I mean, what did you do to prepare for this other than, make sure your tracking was all good?
For about 20 minutes before the match started, I played Zarya in the practice range. That's pretty
I
much
hate
it.
you. I hate you now.
Were you just shooting bots, or
Yeah,
do you have like?
exactly. I was just shooting the moving bots, making sure that my aim is fresh, maybe get a few energy from the bots that shoot a little bit of ammo. That's pretty much it.
Nice.
All right.
One of the champions.
So we have a question to pose to you because Jeff and I are back and forth on this one. I wanted to make you the MVP of the tournament just because you were super sub. You came in on short notice, even though you knew you were coming in. Jeff wants it to be Landon because of the overall impact. How would you rate this now?
I'd pretty much give it to like anyone but infected. That's pretty much what I would say. You could take your pick, just not infected.
How about everybody but infected?
Yeah, exactly.
I'm kidding. I'm sorry.
No, I'm not. I'm not kidding.
Funny.
No, I'm not kidding.
He's not kidding.
Oh, that's mean. That's mean.
Sorry.
If you had to pick one from within the team, the team. We're just dumb casters. Who would you say was the MVP of the tournament from TBD?
I would probably give it to Landon. I think he was pretty good on Brig and didn't die a lot. CJ was pretty good too with like Discording and stuff. So one of those two.
What were comms like? Like, was Landon doing a lot of the calling as far as cooldown tracking and ult tracking and stuff, or was it everybody?
Yeah, so it was mainly like infected calling, like our push and pull, and then obviously I was calling like my bubbles and when I think we could go aggro if I'm like full energy, and then Zero was mainly calling like if he was gonna go kill the Zen, and then CJ would Discord it. So we had a couple of set plays like that, and then Landon would usually call like if we're good to keep pushing, like if we're all healthy, or like if we need to kite and heal up.
That's awesome.
So it was pretty good
I noticed it was, especially for no scrims,
yeah,
dude.
Exactly.
Like, holy cow! And I noticed Zero making those dives onto Skyle a couple of times. Succeeded. What was that? I mean, that seemed to be a huge component, a huge like way to start off fights for y'all. What were you looking for there? Like, was there something? Was it just Skyle's positioning, or was there something? Was there like a clear sign, like, oh, hey, this is an opening for Zero to go find that pick?
Yeah, we pretty much all agreed that a really good strategy was because their Zen was playing like pretty far away from the rest of their team. If we had our D.Va go on the Zen with Discord, it would like force a lot of attention on our D.Va behind them. So that way, like, me and Infected could like walk aggressive, and like Landon could look for a stun on their Rhine while they didn't have like any help from like either like the D.Va that was helping their Zen or like a Zarya bubble that went on the Zen, like stuff like that.
It's awesome. Really cool insight.
I mean, so it was obviously a great day for you, great day for the TBD team. I mean, any shout outs that you want to give before we let you go and before we announce our MVP award winner for the day?
Yeah, sure. Shout out to everyone on TBD that asked me to play. They could have got somebody else, but they asked me, and I'm happy to come in and get a dub. Shout out to everyone that was supporting us. I don't know if there was anybody, but if there was, thanks. And what else? I'm going to be playing in collegiate pretty soon this upcoming semester with Boise State, so keep an eye on that if you want to come support me and my team in collegiate.
Absolutely. Yeah, go support Boise State. They're a fun team to watch. Y'all are rated what, top 10?
Yeah, we finished top 4 last semester, so we're looking to continue that.
I said Boise State's certainly one of those kind of surprises teams, I think.
Oh yeah,
like it's not one of the big three. It's might get slept on a little bit.
We like to be
y'all are really strong.
the underdog.
Yeah. Well, hey, thank you so much. We really appreciate you coming into the interview. Congrats once again on being champions. And yeah, look forward to the collegiate season.
Yep. Thank you very much for having me for the interview, and I really had fun. So thanks for the tournament, guys.
Absolutely. There you go. That was clear. Extraordinaire super sub for TBD. And my producer just made me laugh with the dumbest joke I've ever heard. Yeah, I know. I'm so susceptible to dad jokes. I know. I'm sorry, y'all. But this does bring us to we need to make a decision. We heard input from Clear, and I'm going back to make sure I get the name right for the Laura Talentire Goats MVP. So I propose. Yeah, I think Landon kind of gets my vote on it. I mean, you still sold on the Clear MVP, Billy?
I mean, listening to Clear and listening and hearing him discuss what Landon did there, I mean, I have to I have to yield to the player. I mean, obviously, they know the best. So I will yield to Clear and yield to you and say that Landon will be our Laura Tellentire Goats MVP award recipient for this Goats tournament. Absolutely deserved. And you know what? Landon's such a wholesome individual that I tell you what, Laura would have absolutely approved of this decision.
Yeah, I mean, just a hard worker and everything. I've been watching a lot of the Uncoachable podcast and how much they brag on Landon, how hardworking Landon. Everybody else is just trying to keep up with Landon as far as how working this gamer is. So there you go. Congrats, Landon, and thank you so much. Congrats on being champions. Holy cow! Thank you. This brings us to the end of our tournament. We are done. I mean, kind of bittersweet. Unlike the actual Goats meta, we kept this short and sweet. So, leaving you hungry for a little bit more. I'm sure we'll have more around the corner, as you've heard us talk about. MTT 13 is around the corner, speaking of, so y'all be sure, get your team signed up for that. Open to all ranks, all skill levels. Come have fun, come compete. It's a blast. Get on stream. We love casting your games. Come join us. Come join us for all the fun in the regular season. But that is going to do it. Big shout out to all of our producers and everybody behind the scenes, our observers. Today we had Hippie and Unfeatured and Lottie, I believe, was helping as well. There you go. But there was, a huge staff going on to keep this tournament going. So big shout out to everybody. Special shout out to Headrammer. Holy cow, for putting on this amazing tournament, drawing some of the best players in the world. It's incredible to watch the growth here in CGL. Most of all, big shout out to y'all out there for hanging out with us, for playing these matches, for enjoying these matches with us. We couldn't do it without you. Thank you very, very much. We will see you soon. Have a great night, friends.
Bye, guys. Love y'all.
Jeez.
Огонь по готовности! Огонь по готовности!